Okay. Hello. Good morning. Guten Morgen, mein Freund. Let's do some game dev. Let us do some game dev. Lettuce. Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen indeed. Okay, let me get set up here. What are we doing? What are we doing? There we go. Okay. Okay. There we are, Twitch. There we go. There we go. There we go. Give me some of that. Get me some of that. Okay. Okay. What are we working on this morning? Let's recap what we did yesterday. Let's also boot up the engine. So I have a bunch of code that I probably need to commit here. Yeah, maybe let's clean this up real quick to remember what we did. Yeah, we did a bunch of like random fixes for some state tree stuff. Just misc fixes. Now, yeah, I still really want to think about how I should pass the spawn info data. Spawn mobs, yeah. Race utils. Yeah, include that. So this is going to be like misc state tree updates. And push that. And then let's include that. And the rest of it really is just, except for trace utils, is all like, what did I do in player controller? This is all like mob spawning. Spawn mobs on nav finished. Yeah, easy commit message there. Okay, now we're booted up. Push that, and then this is like attempt to fix. I didn't even spell it right. Attempt correctly. Attempt to fix target trace. And it didn't fix it. We did get closer to fixing it. There's multiple problems with it, but maybe we'll get into that today. Maybe we'll get into a little bit more of that today. Let's just boot up here. See where we are. Okay, I would really love to get this fixed, because I hate that this assertion happens every time. Because this is happening on a background thread, apparently. Maybe I should just pass in. Here, maybe I can fix this real quick. We gotta get the in tagged data. Oh, this is gonna be kind of messy. Okay, we're just gonna hack it together. If there is no in tagged data, yeah, I guess we just return true here, or false. What am I forgot what I'm returning here. I think true, because we'd be done. That might mess everything up. We'll see. And I guess we need to pass in the point data now. So UPCG point data. Update that. Okay, point data, now that's just copied and passed in. Is const, which it's not gonna like that. We gotta update that. There we go. Okay, maybe that, uh-oh. Oh, in tag data, new point. So we gotta extract the data anyway. That's kind of annoying. That's kind of annoying. Although I was getting some assertions there as well at one point. Will learning programming turn me into a femboy? Only if you were already a femboy. Okay, terrain's still going. It's a funny question though. The what is it? The people who learn Rust turn into like cat boys or something. Okay, do I have mob spawning turned on? I forgot. Tis on. Tis on. I can make no assertions to the femboy claim. Okay, and we're spawning. I need to write some code to fix that hitching. I'm actually caching all of the bone transforms for every single bone in these entities. Alright, can I please target? No, we're not going to be able to target. There we go. What are you working on? What's the project? So we're doing some Unreal Engine game dev. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo. Okay, so we hit this one again. Okay, I thought I would have fixed this one with the update that I did. Okay, we'll have to rerun there. I know what that issue is. Yeah, we should probably change how we pass in the spawn data. But yeah, RPG Colony Sim Roguelite is what we're working on. It also has procedural terrain. So it'll be like a seeded world, similar to like, you know, Minecraft, Valheim, those kinds of games. What I want to do is kind of combine something like vanilla WoW classes and combat with RimWorld, Colony Sim, and like Hades Roguelite. So I want to combine like those three games basically. If you could picture in your head what that looks like, that's what I'm going for. And what I'm hoping to do with the Colony Sim side of things is it's a very large world. It could be infinite. The algorithm is infinite for the procedural terrain, but I'm capping the size of the world. It's about 1.5 kilometers, which is huge actually, and I might make it smaller. I wish you a mindful and creative work. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Welcome in. Welcome in, everyone. But one thing I want to do in terms of like innovation for the Colony Sim side of things is I want the whole world to be running at all times. Most games, they fake it in one way or another. Perhaps they do like a sphere of influence where they turn NPCs off that aren't around you in a certain radius, or you know they fake it one way or another. They're not doing the real thing. And so what I did is I wrote a system, an ECS system. ECS stands for Entity Component System. So you'll hear me refer to these things that spawn as entities. And an ECS system is just a data-driven architecture that allows you to really efficiently iterate over a lot of things. And I do it all in the background thread, so it's very, very efficient. And hopefully I will be able to have these NPCs running in the world at all times. And so maybe you'll build a colony right here, but you'll be all the way over here in this zone. Ashen Crest apparently is what that zone's called. Or maybe you'll be in Frostfall Crossing. And again, this map different every single playthrough. So, and I want, even though you're over here away from your colony, I want the colony to be running. If you sent guys out to chop wood, I want them to have to run over there, chop the wood down, grab the wood, bring it back, you know. And if there's wolves in that forest where they're chopping wood, I want them to get attacked by those wolves. So you have to make sure that your colonists are well equipped. You have to make sure you're not sending them into dangerous places to get wood. And you have to, level them up, level their skills up, stuff like that. So that's what I'm hoping to do. How exactly do I learn programming? Do I need to understand every single thing a code does, or does it just come with experience? A little bit of both. I always try to understand one level more than I need to. You definitely shouldn't try to understand everything. But I go one level deeper than I need to know. And then I just kind of like make sure I vaguely understand what it's trying to do and why. Stalker 1 runs low fidelity simulation constantly. I mean, for the whole world. So what does low fidelity mean for Stalker? That sounds like some form of faking it. I don't know if you know about this, but please, buddy, I don't know how to build a page with OAuth 2.0. What do I need to know for me to snapshot websites or so? Those sound like two different things. I'm not sure what you mean by snapshot websites. And there should be plenty of resources online for OAuth too. Tipsy Bulldog, hello. Welcome in. I need to pause because we're probably going to crash because of the entities. We have a crash that didn't get fixed. I thought it would be. But yeah, here's a small section of the procedural world. We've got 3 different zones here, actually. And there's mountains in between each zone here. Well, we actually got 4. There's one right here. There's one up here. And there's one right here. And one right here, of course. And then we got like the 3D noise as well. So there's going to be caves, and there's going to be ore and monsters spawn down there and stuff like that as well. I need to fix my texture data, though. My material data. Because it's not supposed to be just a flat line of rock. Just at a certain level, so I think I broke that accidentally. There's supposed to be some rock showing through on the mountains and maybe a little bit on the grass and stuff like that. But yeah, here it is. Here's a nice cave. Nice dank cave. Moist and dank it is. Yo, still streaming. Yeah, I haven't stopped. I've been streaming for 73 hours, actually. That's a joke. I haven't. I have not been. But yeah, we're streaming again today. Just doing some more duration on things. These guys are in a scrap. So yeah, I guess the most pressing thing I need to fix right now is that crash that's happening from trying to get the proxy actor, which is an interesting one. Because I do that elsewhere and it's fine. I'm wondering if maybe the state tree starts running before the proxy actor data is actually set, which would be quite strange. But let's verify that. Spawner, entity spawner. So here's where the entities get spawned. So add entity does add all the entity data types. But then the proxy actor doesn't get initialized until after that. So there, I guess there could be a bit of a race condition there. I guess there could be. Where the state tree processor picks up the state tree because it's all happening like, you know, multi-threaded and stuff. Low fidelity problem means that mobs don't find each other. They just decide who defeats who based on some probability. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I want the real thing, you know. I want the real outcomes. I want like how you set up your colony to matter. You know, like where you place the buildings, where you put the pathways, you know, how efficiently you lay it out, who you have doing what job, you know. And for most games, that's just not necessary at all. For Stalker, probably not super necessary. They probably don't rely on the world simulation as much, but that's going to be a big part of my game. It's going to be a big part of my game. Okay, so we need to do a little bit more work on this state tree. So I created, I have one for like all the colonist stuff, which has like, you can interact with them, they can get hangy when their food levels drop too low, and then they'll start running around trying to find food, and then they go to sleep and they recover their sleep stats. And then you can give them some, I think I have a couple different colony tasks they can do at the moment. So we're just gonna make like a generic one for just like background spawns where they just kind of like wander. They just kind of wander around a spawn point. Like I don't want them to get too far away from their spawn point. Am I gonna make faces for the NPCs? Yeah, this is all placeholder assets at this point. I'm not really sure what the art style will be or anything, or like what assets I'll actually end up using. Where's that guy going? Oh, he just... Oh, he probably went out of view. Yeah, because I'm facing the other way. Yeah, so they get view frustum called. But yeah, so I have this wander within spawn point radius. We have these parameters. I probably need to bind these. I probably need to... It'd be nice if I could just copy all of these. We'll have to set it up one by one. So we need 4 of these. I need a vector. I need 3 floats. And this is going to be max idle time. Oh, oops. Okay, now this is now going to be called min idle time. Float, rename, max idle time. And this is what? Radius. Wander radius. And then this is going to be rename wander within location. But let's wire all those up. And I guess I can't edit this at runtime, so we'll have to stop that. We will have to stop that. And then let's, I'm going to turn all these on, I suppose. And let's wire them up to our parent tree properties. It's probably going to be difficult to sculpt the NPC's faces. Yeah, that's not my job. I am no artist, nor am I a 3D modeler, so I'll probably end up buying some assets or paying someone to do it at some point. At some point. That point is probably quite far away. Okay, so I have this tree. And I guess what I can do instead is inject these values, actually. That's going to be a lot better. Yeah. That's a great way to solve this problem, actually. That's a great way to solve this problem. Okay, so I was just putting it directly on the proxy actor. No longer. No longer will I do that. No longer will I do that. I do need the transform data. How do I want to do this? We need the transform data. Let's do auto date tree data as well. Import that. Yes. And then I need some way init proxy actor. I guess I should have... I need passed in like the radius that they should wander within. Right? How do I want to define that for each? Because I don't want to have to create a state tree for every goddamn entity, right? So where do I specify that? How do I specify that? Mr. Piano, good to see you as well. Welcome in. Welcome in. Good morning. Happy Sunday, everyone. Yeah, how do I want to pass that in? I also don't want to have to create entity data. I also don't want to have to create entity data for all of it either. Why does it feel like there's not a good way to do this? I'm going to have to create a bunch of assets no matter which way I skin this cat. Let me look at the spawn config here. I guess maybe just in the spawn config. Okay, yeah, let me think here. Proportion num entities. We have the entity archetypes, which is just a list of the data that they spawn with. And I guess the way I'm wiring it up from the terrain chunk is a little haggard as well. Where the hell do I do that at? Yeah, no, not there. What is it? Nav finished nav finished generating. Building valid spawn points. Spawn infos. Okay, yeah. So we wired up here. Wander radius. Maybe I should just put it on the spawn config. That's kind of, I mean, yeah, I think that would make sense. It would make sense to have it on the spawn info. Spawn transform, or on the spawn definition. Yeah, let's put it here. And I think actually, this is going to be float wander radius. And then maybe a bool for like, if they should wander in a radius from their spawn point. Because I also want to do like patrolling mobs. So there could be multiple things there. And I'll need to wire up that data. So yeah, I think this background spawn def, maybe this, I should change this into a more generic name. Point sample mode, background spawn def. Yeah, let's change this into a more generic name. Was it Shift F6? Yeah. Let's do F mob spawn definition. Oh, it changed the file name too. That was nice. Good job, writer. Thank you for that. How's the progress, man? Oh, just steady progress, you know. Steady progress. Nothing too crazy going on here. Required noise level. Yeah, and I still want to do the point sample mode as well. Maybe we can, yeah, let's wire that up here. Well, might as well, right? Enum as byte, point sample mode. Point sample mode, and we'll just do any at first. So now they're going to spawn underground too, potentially. Wander radius. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. So we have that, and the way I'm wiring that up into the spawner, because now I just have another definition. My spawn points generator, entity spawner. There it is. Yeah, so this one is like specifically for using like an EQS query generator. There's the generator right there. Which is not really how I'm spawning it when they spawn as a part of the zone, but I'm still using the spawner to like initialize them. Let me see. Maybe I should just change how I do this altogether. Spawn entities. Yeah, it all has to do with the queue, which is an F spawn entity. Spawn point, spawn config. I mean, maybe I should add the other struct here. That feels like a little too tight of a coupling. It feels a little too tight. Maybe I should parameterize this this function a little bit better. Yeah, maybe I take this part. Yeah, let's do this. Void a my entity spawner spawn entity singular. And I guess it's just this part, right? Well, maybe we need, because I did want to do the, yeah, let's do like an array as well. Let's change these mob spawn defs into arrays. Oh, I'm gonna have to go back and redo all of them. Okay, that's gonna be annoying. Is what it is. T array. And I guess I need a struct for this, actually. Because I need to have like a proportion or something, right? So we're kind of like effectively rewriting this struct, which I kind of like. Proportion. And then it just does like a pure random on... It just does like a pure random. Okay. But maybe I want like a little bit more control over that. So I think having a struct here. And this is going to be like F spawn F mob spawn entry. And then that's going to have the U property, edit anywhere, blueprint read only, and then that's going to be like float weight. Just do equal to 1 point F. Is there something you can code that you wouldn't be able to do in blueprints? Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. There's very many things in Unreal Engine that you just can't do in blueprints without having access to C++. But that does not mean you need to know how to write C++ to work successfully in Unreal Engine. Many games have been made with only blueprints. For instance, the procedural terrain, while you could be able to do it in blueprints, I don't think you'd be able to do it performant enough, because there's a lot of iteration that happens when generating things, and iteration is a lot more performant. In C++. Mob spawn entries. I think that sounds good. Yeah, and we get a weight. Yeah, and then we can do like a weighted RNG. I'm gonna copy all this. We're just gonna call it spawn entity. And then maybe this mob spawn entity, we change this mob spawn definition. Yeah, I think maybe we just rewire all of this back up into the entity spawner. Maybe get rid of this spawn config. Proportion num entities to spawn. Yeah, this seems like it should be like a container. Or this t-object pointer, my entity archetype. Yeah. So I feel like this array should be mob spawn entry, actually. Mob spawn config. Okay. And then where am I using this? So we should just use that for generating the spawn points. And then when we in queue, we do spawn entity. So this spawn config, I need to rewrite this. So this does the RNG. Yeah, so this is going to be instead the array of mob spawn entries. There we go. Okay, it's all coming together. It's all coming together. We can include that. Mob spawn entries. Yeah, let's just wire that up here. Call that mob spawn entries. Okay, now you're going to complain quite a bit. Yeah, I know it hurts. Just stick with me, though. Stick with me, code. Okay, entity archetypes. Yeah, this now changes to F mob spawn entry. Mob spawn entries. Okay, show me where it hurts. Where does it hurt? Everywhere. Okay, sick. That's copied. We're going to leave that there for now. Mob spawn. Yeah, I need to like... Okay, I might try to just like AI one-shot this. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's see how this goes. What do we want to use? GPT-4.1, sure. Why not? Okay. Let's also add the header file for this as well, just so it has that context. I don't know if it needs to change it. Okay. Fix. I'll say update the spawner code to use the new... Do I use it? Hang on. Do I use this proportion anywhere? I do. Okay. Update the spawner code to use the new mob spawn entries array with a weighted average, or with a weighted RNG choice. All right, hit me. What are you making here? We're working on a video game, Unreal Engine, C++. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo. I'm thinking a game similar to Vanilla WoW, not an MMO, but hopefully multiplayer, but similar to Vanilla WoW, just in that there's a lot of classes, a lot of talents to choose from, a lot of abilities. What is this ID? This is Ryder, JetBrains. Willie Draws, hello, welcome in. Okay, did you actually, let me, I gotta like code review this now. Okay, you didn't fix this one. So spawn config, I think we just gotta pass in mob spawn entries there, and that fixes that. Helper function. Can we make that actually a class member though? It looks good though. Let's see. Total weight, RNG for the total weight. Select weighted mob entry. Yeah, it's the performance is a little bit lower because of the weighted selection. Nice. You should auto create mob backstories with AI. I already have. I'm so glad you mentioned that. I already have. I can show that when I get into the game. I should be able to show. I'll have to fix all the spawner stuff, but yeah, I can show that when we get into the game. And I have AI generated quests as well, so I feed in all those colonist backgrounds, and they have like generated personality types. Well, I pick a couple from a database that I have. And nice, subscribe. Hell yeah, thank you, mate. Appreciate that. But yeah, they pick a couple traits, like it could be like hostile and rude, or like abrasive but kind, or something. I don't know. Like it picks a couple random ones of those and it feeds that into the AI quest generator. Then the AI generates a quest like in that like prose. Isn't that what they call it in writing? Prose? In that like voice, you know? Which is pretty cool. Let's get this. I think this looks okay. It didn't fix the spawn entity, but that's fine. I think what we got here is good enough. I do like that it created a nice helper function. That's nice and clean. However, let's add it onto the class. Convert to trailing type. No, that's not what I want. I don't need that comment there either, but thank you for that. Now, it had me pass in a random stream. Get spawn seed, which is just random. Okay. Okay. Going back to pop in. Welcome back. Is AI generation going to be in game or pre-generated? So the backgrounds right now are pre-generated, but I do hope to have like the quests themselves are generated in game. So I actually hit the Gemini API and I dump my like entire item database and everything that's spawned into the world. And eventually I'll pass in like the entire game lore and stuff like that because of Gemini's like massive context window. So I hope for there to be some actual in-game generation as well. And let's actually move this to probably the bottom. Okay, you can go away now. Thank you for that. Let's move you. Yeah, we can just put you right above there. And honestly, let's just, I don't like passing in the random stream. We just don't need to do that. Because we can just do this. There we go. Okay, now let's do this spawn entity, singular. Now you are going to need to have a... What are you going to need to have? Who recognizes this song? Who is an AoE2 fan? Are there any men of culture in the chat? Is C++? Yes, it is. What advice on where to start would you give someone who's familiar with UE blueprints but wants to get into the C#, C++? I would advise you to get Writer, JetBrains, free for non-commercial use. It does a lot better job of teaching you Unreal Engine C++. I don't know that I have much more than that to give you. I don't really use like specific resources or anything. I just Google search everything and figure it out as I go. So, what technology this is? Unreal Engine C++. Is there any way to use client resources with the local model? I intend to try that out. Yeah, like Llama or Gemma, even. You know, yeah, I intend to check that out. I'm kind of kicking that can down the road because I imagine they're just going to get better and better. So, I do intend to have the colonists have a little bit of like AI generated banter and conversations, and I'll probably use the local model for that just to add some flavor and stuff. But we'll see how well, like how much resources I have, right? That's kind of like a a nice to have. Did I prove Copilot? What does that mean? Oh, were you asking what this was? Yeah, this is Copilot. This is Copilot. It's a plugin, writer plugin. Okay. Spawn entity. So I need to pass in what, fmob spawn definition probably. Because I wanted to, well, no, we just need to pass in whatever I need for this actually. And what's I gonna do? I was gonna do the RNG with that. So I'm gonna recopy this into here. So we need the mob spawn entries. So I need an array of that. Mob spawn entries. And I need the spawn point as well, which is a transform. What else do I need? That's apparently it, I guess. Const ref on both of those. Now let's create that def. Okay, writer doesn't want to help me out there. It's fine. I'll do it myself. Plop that in. Okay. What? Oh, I need a semicolon. Yeah, that probably helps. Learn as you go is the best way to learn. Make focus on core concepts and code architecture. Pay attention to what is being generated. Yeah, be careful with the AI. Don't just rely on it too much. You got to actually read it and interpret it, you know? What project are you working on, bro? I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo here. So I'm going to replace this now with spawn entity. Passing in, why are you Angie? Oh, because that's also the name. Spawn entity struct. Okay. Yeah, that's also the name of a function. Okay. Spawn entity struct. Yeah, hit me. Thank you. Okay, so now this is looking a lot cleaner. And now I can just directly spawn entities. That is public, yes. And then I guess we can, rather than add entities to spawn, we can just spawn entity. And I guess if we, well, it should be the spawn, okay, yeah, we should just pass that actually. Spawn entity struct. I forgot that's what I made that for. Yeah, just pass that in. Spawn entity struct. Yeah, just call that. Okay, spawn it, and then just like, we're just gonna wire that up. Okay. Const ref, yeah. Okay, now spawn config, mob spawn entries, and spawn point. I already did the spawn point, wonderful. Okay, so mob spawn entries, spawn def dot mob spawn entries, and that can just go straight in now instead of being a nested array. Okay, does that compile now, or did I forget some spots? We'll see. I did. I did indeed. What are we doing here? Can I expose property to blueprints in a struct that is not a blueprint type? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. My bad. And what's the other one? Yeah, blueprint type here as well. Okay. I just joined now. Could you walk me through what you're up to? Yeah, I'll show it off here once we get the engine built. Give me a hot sec here. Does the world render infinitely, or did you add some kind of rendering distance limits? It can't. The algorithm can render infinitely. I put a cap on the world because I want to do some cool stuff with it. Like I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite in Unreal Engine C++. Mostly C++. I do use blueprints a little bit. Okay. Build results from entity types. Yeah, so this needs to be mob spawn entries now instead. RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. Oh god, I have so much to fix, actually. Okay. There's state tree data and state tree data, state tree. Can I like state tree property? How do I like add a get property bindings? Do you use gazebo? I have no idea what that is. I've never heard of that. Okay, let's comment that out for now. We'll put a pin in that and we'll get the engine build here, the editor build. Yeah, working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite, something like Vanilla WoW plus RimWorld plus Hades is what I have in my head. Maybe a little bit of Legend of Zelda sprinkled in there too. Maybe a little bit of survival mechanics sprinkled in there. And then we have the procedural terrain. So every playthrough will be a different world. And it's a pretty large world. And I'll show that here in a second. And I want the world to be online at all times. Like I want the entities in the world to actually be running around and stuff, even when you're not there, to create a sense of realism and danger for your colonists, right? Like you're going to be building a colony, you're going to be recruiting colonists, but you'll need to go out in the world as well and explore. Now, you're going to need to make sure that you've set your colonies up correctly so that they don't die while you're gone. Here's the procedural terrain. And so if you send your colonist out to go chop wood and there's some wolves in the forest, you'll need to make sure that they're capable of dealing with those wolves. Otherwise they may die. So that's kind of, you know, high stakes. That's kind of what I'm going for. And are we going to start crashing because I'm spawning things? So yeah, this is a very small, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're in an 8 chunk diameter. Here's the world. We are in Emberfall, which is supposed to be a desert. Is this open source? No, it is not. This is my own project. Solo project. We are in Emberfall. It's a desert. I don't have desert biomes built yet. I only have a couple different biomes. I have like a forest and a meadows. We are right next to Evergreen Thicket, which is this green zone. And then we have the Desolate Shore right next to us. Whitecap Bay as well. Arcane Academy. Mortonwood Vale. That's a cool name. The Silent Lagoon, which is a swamp, apparently. And so I've kind of loosely based the zone design off of World of Warcraft zones. So if I pop out here and we look at this, you can see these mountains here. There's actually these little mountain ranges. And so the mountains, and there happens to be just a big mountain in here. But you'll notice it's like kind of flat up here in this zone. It's kind of craggy and bumpy over here in this zone. And then we got some large hill mountains in this zone. This is another flat zone. And so let me face north. So north of me, oh, this is all one zone actually. Is it? What am I in? Giant Hill. Yeah, so actually I was wrong. This is all one zone here in the middle. But it just, this giant mountain just kind of made it feel like 2 zones. What kind of game are you making? We're just talking about that. Welcome in, Marco. Welcome in. It's going to be RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. And so I was just kind of describing how I designed these zones. But here's the world. It's 128 by 128 chunks. Each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. We're only looking at a diameter of 8 terrain chunks. So it's quite large. It's quite large. We got the underground as well with the 3D noise. And there's going to be some ore and monsters spawn down there eventually for you to go get. Maybe some dungeons down there. We'll see. We'll see what we can get done. But I wanted to put these border mountains on the edge of every zone. And, you know, it's not always going to be every edge, but for now it is. To kind of create like a contained experience. Similar to how zones in World of Warcraft work. where when you go from one zone to the other, it's kind of a drastic change. They don't like blend seamlessly from one to another. Like when you go from Barrens to Ashenvale, like you go from like a African Sahara savanna type zone into like a really lush, like almost enchanted forest type zone. I think that's really cool. And you don't really see that until you're right up when you go to the entrance, and then the zone just opens up. And for me, that creates like a really nice sense of exploration. Like whenever I cross the threshold from one zone to another, it kind of gives me this whoa feeling. I also think you can use that to kind of tell some confined stories in that zone. And players can go to one zone, finish that zone, go to another zone, kind of vibe. Whereas if you think of something like Minecraft or Valheim, those biomes, they're not really zones, right? They're just biomes that go from one to the other. They don't have names, you know. They're not defined really. They're just kind of that's what their noise generation outputs. So what I'm trying to do with procedural generation is be a bit more rulesy about it in order to create more intention behind it. And I think when we start to incorporate the AI generated quests and stuff like that, which I can show off here. Well, we'll see if this works actually. So just give me one, oh yeah, like completely got rid of it. Okay. Just give me one colonist warrior and spawn. And where did he, okay, so let's see here. So this is just kind of proof of concept at this point, but I can go up to this colonist, right? Let's, first of all, we'll okay, I'm generating a quest, but let's inspect him. So this is an AI generated couple traits. He's, first of all, he didn't get a name, which is kind of frustrating. He should have a name. And I've crashed. Why have I crashed? A garbage collection? Garbage collection happened. Okay, wonderful. It's very nice of you to do that. Very nice of you to do that during when I was trying to demonstrate something. The state tree. Transform data. It really does not like my get entity data task, does it? Okay, we'll see if we can just rebuild and show that off real quick, but I will need to look into that. Frustrating. Love to see this stuff. Thank you. Came back here just to cheer you up again. Doing amazing things, brother. Keep going. Thank you. I appreciate your kind words. Welcome back as well. Welcome back as well. Maybe we should, let's try a new seed. We've been on 240 for a while. Let's do 241. 240 was a nice looking seed though. Oh, this is all ocean. This sucks. This is a shit seed. Bad seed. 241, let's go 242. Also ocean. Luch Labs, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So yeah, I need to do a better job of picking spawns. 243. Let's do that. Here we go. Okay, here's a zone. This is my Blade's Edge inspired noise. Oh, and we're right next to like a red zone, so that's nice. So yeah, here's a new seed. And so this is a good example of a zone entrance chunk. So where did I get spawned at? I am in, let's see, face north. Yeah, so I am in Marble Arch, which is a shitty name. AI generated zone named as well. But we're right above Star Shadow Abyss, Silverwood Forest, and the Land of the Sphinxes. The Knight's Castle Chivalry, the Valkyrie Battlefield of Glory, Moonlit Vale, Mausoleum of Kings, the Crystal of Knowledge. Okay, but yeah, so if you look here, so let me pull up the map again. I'm in this zone here, this green one. And then let me pop out. So it's going to be kind of hard to show off. But I'll zoom out here. Okay, so you can see this white dot here is actually a zone entrance chunk right here. And that's actually a break in the mountain. So that's kind of how you can get from zone to zone when you're going through the world. These are randomly placed, so you can't always get to every zone from every zone, if that makes sense. There could be like a circle dependency chain of entrance chunks where you can't get into it. And so you'll need to figure that out as a player. You may need to dig through the mountain. You can potentially find a cave that goes from one zone to the other one underground or even through the mountains. Or you can, if you have the resources, you can probably build some stairs or a pathway all the way up. Dig a pathway up there to get through. But that's a good example of the entrance chunk right there, which lines up with what that dot is. The white dots. And then here's what that looks like, you know, closer up. And it's a good example of the noise blending from one to another. I still need to blend the textures. I haven't done that yet, but the noise, the terrain itself is blended. You can see how it's like really rocky over here, and then it just kind of very nicely blends. And that was actually very difficult to get done. But it looks like we also have like some 3D noise carving through the mountains here. So you may be able to, it would probably be, you know, if that zone entrance wasn't right there, you can maybe just build like a little bridge or something over there. Probably be easier. Let me see if I can find any. Oh, here we go. Nice. And so here's an example of like just random noise, just like punched through the zone border mountain here. So if there wasn't an entrance, you maybe can stumble across this little cave here, and you go in one side and you can come out the other, going into the forest. Now here's my meadows biome. So, you know, not as foresty. We have some hemp there. We've got some sunflowers. I think there's flax here somewhere as well. But it's also my red texture. I need to change the colors of the grass and stuff to match that. It'll be like a super red zone. Super fanciful. And I don't think that there is any way to get into this zone natively, at least. You'd have to dig or build. Yeah, dig or build. Ooh, this one was so close to poking through, though. Yeah, this green zone has such a big... Where am I? Let's see if I can walk over to that. And this zone is designed to be very difficult to traverse. It's probably going to be like high in resources, but difficult to build in. Is probably the balance that I'm going to apply to it. But it's all procedurally generated, so... Easier said than done, for sure. But I'm going to see if I can get over to this. Oh, I should show off the tree chopping. The tree chopping school. The animation's not, so ignore the animation. But we have dynamic tree chopping, where the tree actually chops where the axe connects. And then the amount of wood that I get from it is commensurate to the volume of the chopped trunk. And so I'll eventually code in some Valheim-esque tree dominoes, to where they'll apply damage to the nearby trees, and like one tree falling over could cause another one to fall over, and another one, you know, so that could be really fun, and eventually damage players when they hit them as well. Okay, so we have a bit of the red zone coming through right here. So there's the flax and some sunflowers here. We can take those. Eventually this will require like a gathering skill. Eventually. There's the, it's not, I need to probably increase the radius of my underground chunk generation. I didn't think that there would ever be any caves this big. But yeah, this is a very large section of noise. And it's got a little tunnel going to it from the other zone. Yeah, let me see. I'm gonna spawn... Let's spawn a colonist and see if I can get a quest generated without it crashing. I recently just changed everything, so it's not working efficiently at the moment. Let's do colonist, warrior. Just actually give me like, no, just start with one. Just start with one. Spawn that. Okay, let's turn around. And let me find out where he's at. Oh my god, that's probably the worst spot you could have spawned in. Okay, give me another one. Oh my god. Okay, they're spawning in just god-awful locations. He spawned again up there. Bro, why are they all spawning up there? Okay, we're gonna try a different seed. We're just gonna stop and try a different seed. That was a nice looking seed though. Okay, world map 243. Let's go 244 now. All ocean, bad seed. Can you control individual NPCs in your colonies or just command them to do stuff? It'll be based on commands, and you'll set like some roles and priorities for them to tell them like what they should be doing and stuff. So it'll be like kind of rules based. If you've ever played RimWorld, I imagine it will work similarly to that. And then maybe I'll have a thing where you can just like go up to a colonist and be like, hey, follow me for a second. Kind of vibe. Whoa. Okay, this is a nice flat zone for us to spawn in. Ember Mist Wilds. Now that would be a really cool zone name for something that actually had some like red, like particle effects ambiance in it, like some actual red mist. Like that would be really cool if the AI picked up on that and named it based on that. We're right next to Night's Rest, Gloomthorn Basin, Forgotten Tomb, Arcane Sanctum, Jormunger's Wake. Will it also be a bit like Medieval Dynasty that you can build and control a village? Yeah, that's the whole idea. The whole idea is to have many of those across the world. You might want to have one in one of these meadow zones that's really fertile for farming, but doesn't have a whole lot of wood. And then you may want to have a colony over here that's just dedicated to like forestry, chopping wood. You may want to have like a mining village and stuff like that. And there's going to be different resources all over for you to explore. And I hope to do the game design in a way to where it encourages building multiple colonies. And, you know, sending, I imagine you'll have to send trade routes from one colony to another. I think that would be really fun. And then you'll need to make sure that a path is clear from one colony to another, you know? They don't have to like go through some dangerous area or something. And so maybe you start a colony right here, and then maybe you have another one over here, but it's like, oh, maybe they have to walk all the way around. So it's like, you know, maybe you get some good, well, there's a tunnel here, actually. So it's like maybe the initial trade route goes through this tunnel, but monsters spawn in tunnels. Bugs are in tunnels. So maybe your next, maybe you want to dig through the mountain, or maybe you want to build up to the mountain if you have enough resources, that kind of thing. I think that would be a really fun goal to have. You know, the efficiency of the colonies trading with each other. And you'll need a colonist that, you know, goes back and forth with like a little caravan or something. Okay, let me actually try to spawn a guy now. Give me one colonist. Hopefully he spawns on this side of the mountain. Scale, this is impressive. I can't believe you did this solo. Well, I've been working on it for about 2.5 years, so it has been no easy feat. Okay, let's generate a quest. Okay, so it does not like the quest generator. Because that immediately fucking garbage collected and threw a fit. I thought it was based on transform data, though. It is. Transform data. Okay, why is it so mad at that? It's like trying to garbage collect a null pointer. They are U properties. Entity data, state tree colonist. Yeah, the entity data task is, God, I really want this to work because it makes things so much easier. It makes things so much easier to work with. Out data. No, it actually doesn't have to do with the LLM. And a malform response is handled properly there. So it just happened to be right when I clicked the generate quest button. It has to do with getting into the entity data. Okay, so my get entity data doesn't really work that well, does it? I don't know what else I could do about this though. I guess let me reboot. I'll look at the state tree and make sure everything's wired up correctly. It's frustrating. I keep wanting to show that off. But essentially what I do is I take all the classes that I can spawn in the game. I take all the items, just my entire items database. I dump it all into a Gemini prompt because Gemini has the 1 million context window. I just say, hey, generate a medieval fantasy video game quest based off of this character's background and stuff. And it actually does a pretty good job of that. And then when it responds, I say, put it in a JSON object. And it does a pretty good job of that. So this is the proxy actor entity data. It was complaining about transform data, which I guess is from here. Silver Gamer, hello. I need to work on getting those hi messages to show up. Oh, that one did show up. Welcome in, guys. We're trying to figure out why getting entity data is throwing a fit. We should return failed. Maybe that's what we should have done. Get entity data should return failed. Does Gemini have JSON format parameter like GPT? It does. I am not actually using that though. Structured output, yeah. Yeah, so this, I think that's how you would do the JSON. I don't use that though. I just say, hey, put it into a JSON object, and it just does it 99% of the time correctly. So, kind of crazy. But I guess now that returns failed, I'm wondering if that's gonna work now. But what, like, I've been using the proxy actor entity data for so long. Sneaky Angu, hello. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably not going to go back to working on it for quite some time, unfortunately, because I just have so much other stuff to work on. But it works well enough now. You know, when I don't get a crash from some unrelated thing. I guess I'll try this. I don't have full confidence on this. I don't have full confidence on this being any better. Can you tell me what your game's about? Yeah. So it's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combination with procedural terrain and AI generated quests. And so I'm trying to show off the proof of concept that I have for the AI generated quests. Trying to show that off here. But we're getting some unrelated crashes from something that I was just tinkering with. Okay, colonist caster, sure. Okay. All right, let me generate a quest, please. Okay, so you're not getting a name either. I'm just gonna pause so it doesn't, I'm probably still getting the response right now, but the traits that were randomly picked, peaceful and deceitful. Oh, her name is Imogen. I guess it's just not showing up in, yeah, it fucking happened again. Okay. It fucking happened again. Yeah, why does it hate transform data specifically? It's always transform data. The proxy actor data works fine. We're using the same method for it. Am I sure I'm not doing anything differently here? Proxy actor data, T object pointer, Does it need to be const, or am I getting mutable here? Get entity data blueprint. Does this return? It returns const to object pointer my entity data, but then it's just casted into an unconst entity data. You using Unreal? I am. Unreal Engine, yes. Yes, I am. Yeah, so this is the mutable data. Does that matter? I don't think that matters. Why out of all the datas, transform data behaves the poorest? Okay, so let's just disconnect that then, because it's not working. We're gonna disconnect that so we can actually get a fucking quest generated. Hello, bro. My first time on your channel. Really educated. Well, thank you. I'm glad you find some value out of it. Welcome in, though. But bro, what's up? What's up with you? What's up is I'm trying to get these errors to stop so that let's just delete that. In location, yeah, wander around 0, 0. Oh, it needs okay, I'll create a fucking, let's just create a throwaway property. Vector, I'll just say dummy. And we'll bind that dummy. Okay, so he's just gonna wander around 0, 0 now. Okay, generate the world. There we go. Okay, AI generated quest incoming. It's gonna be like the lamest quest, watch. Did it spawn one? Where's my guy at? Are you using blueprints a bit? Yeah, for certain things. Let's try spawning again. Okay, there's our victim. Okay, generate the quest and inspect. Okay, so here's the traits. He's cruel and reckless. His name is Griff. For his childhood, Griff was raised by wild druids deep in the forest, far from civilization. He's a 120-year-old male elf druid. This upbringing made him fiercely protective of nature, ruthless towards those who dare harm it. His methods are often dangerous and unpredictable. Okay, so we'll see what kind of quest that generates. Okay, no, come back. I know you're hungry. Come back. There we go. Here's the quest. Hear me, I whisper. Lost. I heard disturbing whispers from a seemingly powerless entity, a nun. I wonder if it tried to pick a class and it failed to do that. A nun. It's struggling to communicate. Its consciousness is fragmented. As a shaman, oh, you're a druid. Bad AI. I need to use my connection to the spirits to amplify its voice and understand its message by going to a place of spiritual power. Find a place of spiritual power to amplify the nun's voice. So my objectives are to explore the ancient grove and interact with the ritual stone, which eventually it'll spawn that into the world. I'll say, what are you? None. I wait, where are you? Between not yet. Okay, so he's like fucking weird as hell. Oh, what are you guys doing? I don't remember spawning you guys. Oh, I turned spawning on. Oh, so it's actually spawning thing. Hey, come back here for a second. Let's generate another one. Generate another one. So show me the output log. What AI are you using? I'm using Gemini. What is the seed of memory? Okay, so here's the JSON I got back. And sometimes it does quest chains. But I'm using Gemini because it's the cheapest one and has the largest context window. And it's also quite fast as well. Lost, I am lost, a piece gone. The seed of memory stolen. Whispers of the gnarlwood. Foul thing stirs. Seek the whispering roots. Recover the seed. Spectral. Let me see. Let me look at the. What was the prompt here? Because it keeps referencing none. Class to. Oh, those enemy characters are from the quest. The quest generator spawned those entities. That's why they're there. That's fucking funny. Yeah, there he is. How do you use AI in UE? I just wrote a little API, a little HTTP request to hit the Gemini API. So it wants me, it spawned some white mushrooms as well that are named the Whispering Roots. That's so cool. So it has access to my my item database, and I have this white mushroom class in there, and it picked that to spawn, and its name is the Whispering Roots. So it just created like a new item in game. I don't think I actually have that wired up to actually spawn. I think it only spawns the classes, the enemy characters. Let me actually check though. Let me see if there's a white mushroom somewhere. No, there's not. Okay, so yeah, it didn't spawn one of those. That would be kind of funny though. It would be somewhere around here though, right? Yeah, there's 0, 0. So the mushroom would be like right there. Quest is made at runtime to Gemini? Yep, exactly. And it also passes in all the spawned mobs and their names and their backgrounds as well. So it's a pretty big prompt, but still have plenty of room. Strong case, go ahead and say your idea. Go ahead. Let it out, get it out, get it all out. Yeah, I'm trying to look at this response because it keeps referencing none. Somehow. Wait, where did I see that at? What is the seed of memory? My essence, my past, my being. What are you guys doing? Oh yeah, this is my old enemy class. So they're broken. I haven't updated them in a while. So I should change it to spawn entities instead of these actors. He dead. He's so dead. Oh, big crit right there. Boom. Hello, mister. Hello to you. Let me spawn someone new. Let me get a new colonist here. Okay, let's see what your shit is. What's your deal? Okay, generate quest, inspect. 35-year-old female elf druid. I got a lot of druids in my database, I guess. Compassionate and lazy. Name is Zephyra. Zephyra was a dreamer, often lost in her own world. She found solace in nature, spending countless hours wandering the forests surrounding her home. Zephyra's compassionate nature and laid-back approach to life make her a beloved figure. Okay. Bro, it is doing like the same... Oh, it was saying none, but then it finally rendered. I think that's like a... Huh. That might be like a text box based thing. Yeah, I need to see the input prompt I gave it. It's giving very samey quests now. Just Lime Guide? Is it hot singles in your area? Because it sounded like one. Yeah. Good night to you. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. There's my... Okay. Jesus Christ. Do you know which engine is best for mobile game? I have no idea. I have no idea. You'll have to probably do some Google searches on that. Yeah, I've not worked on a mobile game in quite some time. Oh, yeah, my text replacement is wrong. Is bad. It broke for the quest generator. Where do I do the text replacements? Yeah, so this is where's my prompt at? Yeah, so I put in these like little text things to replace. But I guess it's not working correctly anymore because it's not replacing it properly. From what I'm seeing. And that's why I kept saying like none and shit. Saying the player, oh, I'm the shaman. Okay. A level 1 shaman who is talking to blank is a 0-year-old nun who is blank's childhood, blank's adulthood. I don't think there's necessarily a best engine for mobile. Depends more on the project and the game design. Yeah. Draconin speaks the truth. Yeah, quest, let me see. Let me put a breakpoint here. No, come back here. I'm not done with you. I wonder if I just I'm not passing in the info properly. Yeah, it's all empty. Quest giver. Get component by class, character component. Ah, yeah, I'm passing in the pawn, not the entity proxy actor owner. Okay, that's why. Yeah, these are all gonna be bad. I can probably fix this real quick. NPC character, quest giver. Yeah, so I'll say I have the entity here, right? Entity. If entity dot is valid, I'll say actor quest giver equals this, but if entity is valid, I will want to get the proxy actor. Auto proxy actor data. Yeah, there we go. So now that should pass in the proper data to the generator, to the Genie. How and where can I learn C++ for UE5? Google. And I know that's a bit of it's not the answer you're looking for, but yeah, you just got to start trying to figure it out. You need to learn how to ask the right questions into Google and find the right resources for you. There is no one way to learn C++ or to learn anything. You need to learn how you learn. Dude, you're crazy with C++? I don't think so. This is also Unreal C++, which I think it's a bit easier than regular C++ because it handles like the garbage collection for you. There are a lot of like things you need to know, but actual writing it isn't too bad. I'm just gonna rebuild because that's taken too long. I'm good in Blueprint, but now I have to go with C++ now. Yeah, good luck. It's a long journey. I wish you luck, my friend. I guess the one recommendation I have for C++ is to get Writer. Use Writer. You will need to set it up in Visual Studio, but once you set up your C++ project, then and there's docs in Unreal Engine, in the Unreal Engine docs for that. You can pretty much do step by step, or just I would search like Unreal Engine C++ setup or something like that. And I think the Unreal Engine docs just have a little guide for you. But once you get Visual Studio set up and installed and everything, actually go to JetBrains and install Writer, which is the IDE I use. I think it does a much better job of teaching you Unreal Engine C++. Like, it'll highlight things you're doing wrong. It'll be like, hey, you need to put a U property on this, you know, that kind of stuff. And the code generation is better. It's like specifically built for Unreal Engine, whereas Visual Studio is kind of a general solution. Garbage collection. Is it possible to deallocate manually in UE so that you can make your game faster? I don't think you wouldn't want to do that. You would not want to do that. You would be petting the cat backwards. You can. I mean, it's C++. You can do whatever you want. It's C++, but the engine is going to get mad at you for doing that. Like all of these U properties and the T object pointer, this is like a wrapper around a raw pointer. And so if you're using all the Unreal Engine classes, which you will have to, they are all set up to be garbage collected. So you should do it that way. But like you can manage the memory of like struct pointers or something, you know? But it does have like instance structs and stuff. Like, yeah, it's all. Don't do that. If you have to ask, don't do that. That's my recommendation there. Okay, let's see if we get a better request here. Let me let's pause real quick. I need that breakpoint back, I think. Where did that go? Okay, it's still there, still there. So let's make sure that that looks correct now. There we go. There we go. "31-year-old female elf rogue who is selfish and reckless. Rhea, impulsive and daring, had a knack for getting into and often out of trouble. She craved excitement and lived life on her own terms. Now an infamous rogue, Rhea is known for her reckless abandon and disregard for the law, always seeking the next thrill." So a paladin, eh? Oh, I'm a paladin, apparently. A paladin, eh? All shiny armor and righteous pronouncements. Normally I'd be running the other way, but I find myself in need of a touch of shining righteousness, and you look like you could use a little excitement in your life. Rhea Knightsvale, the rogue, tasked me with retrieving a hidden chest from Old Man Tillingast's shack in Widow's Mire. It is said to contain sapphires, or maybe even a dragon scale. I'm expected to meet Rhea at the old crossroads in 3 days to hand it over in exchange of a quarter of its value. Retrieve the hidden chest from Tillingast's shack and meet Rhea at the crossroads. My objectives are explore the shack, interact with the hidden chest, and then talk to Rhea Knightsvale, which are all like encoded objectives that like I can actually do things with. So that's pretty cool. This is actually a pretty cool quest, and it's nice and flavorful from a paladin to a rogue. Why can't you get it yourself? As I said, I have a prior engagement. Let's just say I promised someone something, and breaking promises isn't good for my reputation. What do you know about Widow's Mire? It is what it sounds like. A mire, a swamp. It is filled with all the swampy creatures that you'd expect. Called Widow's Mire because a large portion of the town's men are said to have gone missing after going into the swamp. Love that. Love that little bit of backstory about the zone. I will be kind of coming up with an overall zone story for each zone. I'll do it. Oh God. Okay, it had a lot more text. Such extra text that it kind of broke my UI a little bit here. Excellent, but don't get any ideas about shorting me, Paladin. I have plenty of friends who are very good at finding things that go missing. Oh, and one little detail I conveniently forgot to mention, Tillingast's son, Barnaby. Poor Barnaby was a bit touched. A simple... Oh, God. So here's where the Paladin part comes in. This is cool. God damn, I can't see it because my fucking own shitty UI is in the way. A simple scar sour. Last anyone saw him, he was wandering in something's ghost, guarding the treasure. Okay, so this guy's son got turned into a ghost and is guarding the treasure. Might want to keep an eye out for him. He's partial to shiny things and sharp objects. Oh, and one more thing. A lot of people are searching for that treasure, so you won't be alone in Widow's Mire. It might be beneficial to ask around and see what you can find to increase your reward and chances of survival. You should just keep it, yeah. Yeah, it would be cool if like the dragon scale could be used for like crafting or something, and maybe maybe that's what entices the player to choose the non-paladin flavored thing. Just show me the Gemini API outputs, because I'm curious. What do I have to search for? Prompt. Or was it like response? I want to see what it like spawned and shit. Oh, hang on. I gotta look at this in the writer link, the Unreal Engine link here. I think it's like prompt response. Prompt response. Okay, here's the JSON it responded with. I want to see if it's what it spawned, what it tried to spawn. Things to spawn: enemy character named Goblin. It's spawning 3 goblins. It's going to use a pickaxe as the hidden chest. Green cylinder entity knows all the gossip. Hey, that's Rhea. I don't know what her last name was. Yeah, and it's spawning an enemy character named Barnaby Tillingast. Her name's Rhea Knightsvale. Put some respect on her name. To be fair, no one would expect a pickaxe as a chest. I know, that's why no one's found it. That's why no one's found it. Will there be dynamic prompt for the AI to make it seem less like the AI is pulling stuff out of thin air? Yeah, that's largely the work that'll need to go into it. It's already dynamic to a certain extent. Like, it is passing in a lot of information. Like, you see all these text replacements here. Like, here's the prompt. I do 2 prompts. Here's the initial prompt, but like, it's already passing in quest giver name and race and level and gender, you know. And then I put my game data in there. That's how it's picking classes. Eventually, I want to incorporate it with the zones, because right now it's just pulling zone names out of thin air. And like, I think Widow's Mire might actually be a zone name. I don't know. But I should also pass in what zone we're in and what kind of biome it is and all the different attributes, all the different things spawned in the zone. You know, so that's where a lot of the work's going to be. Glad to see something good rather than some brain rot. I'm happy to provide you with non-brain rot. I can... yeah, this stream is 100% USDA certified, brain rot free. Marcoli, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. So yeah, that's a little bit of the prompty prompts. I kind of want to generate a couple more. Generate a couple more. Let's get a new... Give me a new person. Who are you? Finian. 25-year-old male elf warlock who is cruel and skeptical. Finian was a solitary child, preferring the company of books and his own thoughts. He developed a cynical outlook on the world, believing that most people were motivated by self-interest. Finian's skepticism and cruel streak make him a formidable warlock, but also a difficult person to trust. Oh, hang on. No, come back here. Come back here. God damn. I need to work on my UI, don't I? Can we go full screen? Okay, that's even worse. Full screen is even worse. Okay. Xenon Stone Sun. Sunstone, is it? A paladin, I see. All shining armor and righteous platitudes. I wager. Fine, I have a task for you, should you be so inclined to something. Did I just fix this UI real quick? How am I planning on offsetting the API costs? I mean, the user will give me a key, so they're going to pay for it if they choose to do the online one. That's... I mean, we're like very far away from that, but also like, maybe I can check. I don't know. Last time I was developing this like all day, I spent like 8 hours working on it, 40 cents, you know, and that's like a ton of prompts. So it's very cheap. It's very cheap. The Gemini API is incredibly cheap. Something, I believe it to be a parasitic weed, a new strain of dusk bloom that's been leeching magic from the land and driving the Fae mad. Its power is growing too quickly. If it continues unchecked, the whispers will no longer be containable and the Fae will breach the veil. I want you to find the source of the dusk bloom infestation. Find and destroy the source of dusk bloom infestation within the Whispering Woods. So yeah, there's another example. Why do you need help with it? That is certainly not good. I need you to destroy the source so we can limit its reach. These mushrooms that you are looking for thrive nearby large bodies of water. Best of luck. What are the Fae like? They vary. Some are playful, some malicious, most unpredictable. Imagine a reflection of yourself, but warped and distorted by moonlight and shadow. That's the Fae in a nutshell. Basically, the game is unplayable without AI. Well, first of all, I just started, like, we're still early stages, so none of this is final. But, yeah, you can just not do that. You can also just not have AI-generated quests. Or you can do local models, but, again, that's not, like, set in stone or anything. But I think that'll be a main drawing point for the game. Rhea Knight's Vale, huh? I forget, can I damage you? Can. Yeah, I may have options for like using the different APIs as well. Use the OpenAI API or the Gemini API. Oh, there's a gnat. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, I didn't get it. I didn't get it. Let's actually do some development now. How about that? How about we actually fix some things? Have you done some research how to install local models with the game install? Not yet. I'm kind of kicking that can down the road. There's a lot more I need to work on in the game that's more important than the AI stuff, so putting that to the side for now. Fine-tuned local models can also be a very good option, although it strains the GPU of the user. Yeah, we'll see when we get there. We'll see when we get there. And they're only getting better and better, so that's kind of why I'm kicking the can down the road. Okay. Let me commit this real quick. Fix NPC quest generator. Commit and push that. This is like fix point ECG point data assertion, annoying assertion. Commit and push that. Okay, so now we're back to working on the spawner stuff. I guess I need to wire all that back up now. Yeah, so let's go over and wire all that back up, which is going to be super fucking annoying. Okay. B point. Oh my god, why did it name it B point sample mode? What? Oh, because it's not a it was a Boolean, and I forgot to take the B off of it. Yeah, I definitely would not be training a model on the user's machine by any means. It would definitely be a pre-trained model. But I think he was talking about just the runtime of the model can be straining. I don't think he was talking about training the model on the user's machine. Yeah, the area stuff is super fun to work on. Unfortunately, it's just not very important at the stage that I'm at now. Those are always fun days when I work on it, although I haven't worked on it in probably over a year. So I haven't used all the new Gemini models and stuff. Depending on how large the model is. Yeah, I'll have to take a peek on, what's that one? What is it? The Kaggle local repo section or whatever, local models. I took a peek at it and looked at some of them. But yeah, I'll have to play around with the different ones. See, you know, how fast they are, you know, what the quality is. Because, like, I don't need it. The thing is that's good about my use case is I don't need it to be right about anything. It's all super generative, which is what they're all good at, right? And if I'm just using it for, like, some kind of AI conversation, you know, it could be really nice. And again, they're just getting better and better, so. Just getting better and better. Wander radius, let's just set that to 1,000. We'll make an entry here. For enemy. I guess we can spawn, we can like now add the different entity types here too. Although I only have one that, oh no, they all do that. No, never mind. Ignore me. I don't even know my own code. A ranger and a warrior. Let's do, there's twice as many warriors as there are rangers and casters. And then I guess let's just get rid of we'll get rid of the colonists for now. I think we're going to spawn those in differently. So copy that. Paste, or no, copy is right click, paste is left click. Oh, it's like, it adds it. Okay, hang on. Oh, I copied mob spawn entries. Wait a second. Jesus Christ, I suck at this. Background spawns. Delete. Delete. Oh, I fucked it all up. Okay, start over. Ranger. Warrior. Spawn radius 3,000. Wander radius 1,000. Well, let's do 1,500. 1,000 is actually kind of small. Let's do 2,000. Min noise level, what is it? 0.25 to 0.75. Okay, copy that. Okay, now we're cooking. Okay, now we're cooking. Let's see if it spawns all those. Gotcha, yeah, the models are getting smaller and better. Wouldn't be too much to say that in the next couple of months running a local model on 4 gig of GPU memory would be possible. Yeah, what's the, if you know much about it, what's the, like, current state of things? Like, what's it take up? How fast does it run? How good are they? If you have any take on that, would be interested to hear it. Oh yeah, we actually need to wire up the spawn info. So now they don't wander at all. They're just like, here's all the spawns. Why do they look so tiny compared to like this tree in the background and the sunflower? They look like mini people. Although sunflowers are huge in real life. And what's my performance doing here? Twin 3 and DeepSeek are very good local models with RTX 2060. I can use the 7, what is it, 7 billion is what that stands for? Or 7 byte, 7 bit. Models generating in around 3 minutes. It takes 3 minutes to generate something with a local model. How big of a prompt input and output is that? Why is the entity state tree tick doing that so much? The state tree processor. How many entities do I have here? Yeah, I use a large prompt. Before B1B can be like 10 seconds. Yeah, I guess I would need to do a lot of prompting in advance, which I'm already planning to do. I was hoping that the local ones would be able to run more like more real-time-ish at least. Just because I just wanted them for like, you know, banter, conversation stuff. When you guys say 1B, what do you mean? Like 1 billion parameter? Or like, does that mean something else? Why are we starting a bunch of models here? Or a bunch of stuff here. How many entities do we have? We're doing 289 entities so far. Oh yeah, and why is that on the game thread? What? Hang on. Why is that on the fucking game thread? Oh, this tick. Oh, because we were just starting a ton of state trees. Wait, do I ever remove from that? Yeah, we DQ. Okay, yeah, okay, we're just constantly spawning them. Okay, so I guess that just takes a while. Let's just do 1 per tick. Does this return Boolean? Okay, yeah, let's do this. Okay, we're gonna do. I didn't realize this would take so long. Okay, come on, Ryder, catch up with me here. Okay, yeah, just start it once per frame, really. I don't need these to start like immediately. I didn't. Okay, yeah, I didn't realize that. Let's rebuild. Fresh build here. 1-bit LLMs. 1 billion. Wait, 1 billion. One of you said 1 billion parameters, and one of you said 1 bit. What? Is that the same thing? You may need to rethink prompting where it's small prompts and small responses. Yeah, for the local stuff, I'll definitely be toning it down. But yeah, I'll definitely just have an option where like you just don't have. I'll probably like have a bunch of pre-generated quests as well. Because like if you think about it, you could probably get a similar result by just pre-generating a bunch of them and selecting the good ones. And like that would be fast enough to give players enough content that they'd be happy with. So that's also an option. Oh god, I hope those saved. Okay, I think so. Yeah. Okay, they saved. Okay. And why are we hitting this? We're hitting it on tick, which is weird because that's on the game thread. Data is detected, requiring read access on the thread. Okay, so there's something else happening on a different thread. Let's see if we can just get rid of this assertion. Clean it up. Let's clean up things a little bit here. Nothing was happening. Nothing was happening on any background thread at this point. Why are you getting all uppity with me, huh? Owner is, what do I pass in owner? In owner is the proxy actor. What database are you using? I just have data tables right now. Unreal Engine data tables. Storage, acquire read access. Why? Do I need to make sure that the state tree is like stopped or something? How do I start a state tree? The state tree exec context. I guess it doesn't really do anything on the tree itself. So what's the issue here? Check other thread. Acquire state tree instance storage. Yeah, why would this state tree have storage? I wonder. Am I starting it when it shouldn't be? Yeah, this is, it's just an assertion, so we seem to be able to skip past it, but it is quite annoying. We are spawning a bunch now, though. Yeah. Performance is much better now. We'll just trace this real quick. Hasty Wasty, what are you working on today? Kind of a little bit of everything, I suppose. Right now I'm working on spawning NPCs into the world, doing some state tree stuff. Okay, most of that's slate. Most of that is slate. Okay. I thought I really want slate to shut the fuck up whenever I close the output log. Check nav mesh generation 240. Wow. Okay. Okay. So once these all like finish spawning, it should be a lot better. Nav mesh still going? Yeah, nav mesh is still going, so. I just tested Quinn 3-4 billion, and it took 6.5 seconds to generate for the prompt, what is the capital of France? Well, I'm also training a model to play Atari games, so it could even be faster without that. So that was a model you've been training to play Atari games. Huh. Can I send you a prompt? Can I send you a prompt and to just to see? Here's my prompt. Feel free to either leave those text replacements in there or fill them out. Doesn't matter. I just want a rough idea. Yeah, sorry for the wallet text there as well. But yeah, that's the base prompt for my quest generation. Curious what the output would be. How long it would take. The output probably is the long part, I would imagine. I could also just say something like generate a short, simple quest, you know, prepend it with something like that. Output log takes forever. Brother, there's so many attributes being changed every frame. Okay, let's do this. Give me full screen. And then let's go stat FPS, stat unit. Well done, bro. Thank you. Yeah, see, here's the assertion that we have here. So what's the better way to do this? Weak data. Of course, it's not going to tell me. I have to data.get maybe? Or maybe overwriting it isn't the best move here. Let me see here. You're doing really well. Thank you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let me look at some of the underlying code for the spawner elements. Static mesh spawner. Let me see how... Let me do prepare data internal. It'd probably execute data is what I want. But here's inputs. Inputs. Sub collection. Spatial data, point data. And what are we doing with that eventually? Are we doing anything with that? Here it is, okay. Output point data, so it creates a new object in any thread for UPCG base point data. And then we get output.data equals output point data. Output is just FPCG tag data, which is a new array of, yeah, it's a new array. And then that, I assume, eventually gets plugged back in somehow? How do we pass that back? Context, well, okay, so we're doing, maybe I should be doing this. Let me see here. Maybe I should be doing this. I forgot where I was. Here. So I'm doing it as the input data. Now, is that going to have any issues? Select instances RNG. So that's on the prepare data step. So that might have issues actually. Input data can be Kirk's. Okay. Where's the execute? Execute internal. I probably get the input data here as well. So this might actually cause issues. Although I don't see me using input data here at all. In context, output data. 27.27 seconds for your prompt. I need to split the output in a couple messages. Give me a moment. You don't have to copy the whole thing if you don't want to. That's okay. I appreciate you doing that for me though. That's interesting. About 30 seconds to generate a quest. I mean, that's totally fine because the quest stuff I can do way up front. I can do that way in advance. It's not too bad. As long as it's not like several minutes, I think we're good. I appreciate you doing that though, Marcoli. Thank you. Now the spawn spat, this might be what's doing the input data. I'm getting input settings. Oh, no, we use the output data actually. Okay, so maybe we can. Okay, we'll try this out. So we have outputs, tag data, and then it like added a new output. Is that what I was seeing? Put that over here. Outputs, tag data, and then we add get ref on input. Oh, so we get the data from the input, which is just new point data, and then we assign it to the output. I feel like add get ref is not the move. Here's the output. Okay, I'm ready. Here's a generated quest for Gobbledygook to give to Gobbledygook based on context provided. Quest title: The Shattered Legacy of Ironclad Keep. Now that sounds sick. Quest giver, quest taker, quest level, time frame 7 to 10 days. It stuck with the the template syntax that I had. The Ironclad Keep, a once mighty fortress in the heart of Stormspire Mountains, has been reduced to ruins. The ancient keepers of the keep, known as the Ironbound, were guardians of a powerful artifact called the Heart of the Storm, which was said to control the weather and protect the realm from natural disasters. Oh god, I gotta scroll up. However, the artifact was stolen decades ago during a rebellion, and its whereabouts are unknown. We are to investigate the ruins of Ironclad Keep and uncover the fate of the Heart of the Storm. The keep is now guarded by spectral remnants of the Ironbound, and the ruins filled with traps and ancient magic left by the former keepers. Key objectives: reconnoiter the ruins. Okay, that might be a little mistype. I don't know what that word means. Explore the broken halls of the Ironclad Keep, seeking clues about the artifact's last known location. Look for hidden passages, ancient runes, and any remnants of the Ironbound. Defeat the spectral guardians. The keep is haunted by the spirits of the Ironbound, who are still bound to their duty. You must defeat these spectral guardians to proceed deeper into the ruins. Find the Heart of the Storm. Locate the artifact, which may be hidden in a sealed chamber beneath the keep. The heart is protected by a powerful enchantment and may require a specific ritual or key to unlock. Return the heart or its knowledge. Once you find... God damn, it output a fucking lot. That's a lot of content to make, but seems cool. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that outputs so much. That's actually like too much. That's probably too much for what I need. That's so cool. Thank you for doing that, Marcoli. And you said that was, you said it was DeepSeek? Oh no, you said Quinn. It's Quinn. Quinn 3 to 4. Quest items. Fragment of the Ironbound's legacy, a map to the heart, a relic of the keep's past. 50 reputation with the Ironbound, or plus 100 if the heart is found and returned. Possible boss encounter, a spectral guardian of the Ironbound. Maybe a powerful enemy or a test of your resolve. Possible plot twist. The Heart of the Storm is not just a magical artifact, it is a living entity. And it may have its own will. The Ironbound who once guarded it may have been consumed by the heart, and its return could awaken a long dormant threat to the realm. Additional notes. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. And what kind of GPU memory is that using? Ruins of the Ironclad Keep are in a dangerous area, and the Spectral Guardians are not to be underestimated. If the heart is found, the quest may end with a choice. Return it to the keep, use it for greater purpose, or keep it for yourself. The Ironbound may have left behind a final message or warning for the one who finds the heart. Would you like to generate a second quest or refine this one further? That sounds like a Baldur's Gate quest. It does sound like a good quest, honestly. Honestly, seems like up to par with the Gemini quests that I was generating, for sure. RTX 2060 with 6 gigabit VRAM. So does it use as much RAM as it can? Is that how that works? Look up BitNet B 1.58 local model. What am I supposed to look up in reference to that? Just tell me what you want me to know. I would appreciate that. But yeah, that honestly output a lot more than I was expecting. And yeah, it was pretty high quality, I would say. Now, the second prompt I have is to essentially take that output and then put it into a specific JSON format. But maybe with the local model, I'll just do that in one shot, in one prompt, to make it a little more efficient. But yeah, so do the local models just use up as much VRAM as they can, or do they like allocate a specific amount? This is all stuff I still need to look into quite a bit. I guess just let me throw this here. I want to see how many outputs we have. See if I need to add these or not, because that's what the underlying is adding there all the time, which seems weird. It's a local 1B model that can run in real time on the CPU. Oh, that's nice. Outputs working Python scripts. Yeah, working on the CPU is nice. Depends on the prompt, but for this one, it uses 4.2 gigabits VRAM, but because I'm also doing other things on my GPU, it could use 90% GPU and 10% on CPU. Interesting. So it could have been faster, maybe, even. Yeah. So appreciate all the information you guys are giving me. Something I've not looked into yet. And intend to, but it's going to be a while before I get there. There's some videos on YouTube presenting it. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Is that like the latest and greatest tech in the local model space? B 1.58. Oh, it's a Microsoft model. Okay. Word. Oh, this is a crash. Okay, so I just waited around for nothing. Sick. Thank you for that. If you have any more help, hit me up. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Very kind of you to lend me your GPU resources. Who needs an API when you can just copy paste into Twitch chat, you know? More is coming down the line. Yeah, that's kind of why I haven't been doing anything with it yet. It's just, again, it's not super important. There's a whole lot more gameplay stuff I need to work on. And yeah, it's only going to get better and better, so just waiting for that, really. Hi, Moxie. Okay, so we're gonna run this bad boy again. Okay, so we got here already, which is kind of crazy. That started generating fast. What are you making? We're making a video game. Okay, so that's empty. It doesn't have any outputs yet. Is it always empty? Empty, empty, empty. Okay, so let's skip that for now. We're making an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain and AI generated quests. That's what I'm working on now. Okay, so it's always empty, it seems. Let me do this. If outputs dot is empty, rather, if it's not empty, I want to know about it. Hit me up. Holla at your boy if it's not empty. Moxie, what are you doing? What are you doing? Your claws are quite sharp on my legs. Thank you. Do I need to clip your fingernails? Is that what's going on? Okay. Which engine are you using? UE5, yep. UE5. You made a lot of progress since the last time I was here. Looks like you have ridges, mountains, and caves now. Impressive. Yeah, when were you here last? I feel like I have. It's been a while. Oh, one of the chunks is messed up. One of the chunky boys is messed up. I got a chunky girl right here. I got a chunky girl right here. Yeah. Thank you, sweetie. Okay, yeah, this one's annoying. This one's getting annoying. And it's just when constructing the context. Apparently, there's some write access issue. On, what class are we in? F state tree instance storage. Access to detector, acquire read access. Alright, can you just take me straight to that function, please? No, you're just gonna... Okay, yeah, take me to the URL instead, which didn't even work. Okay, cool. How about making a rare, unique location that'll be tagged during generation to be dynamically included in the prompt to add more lore in the world in quest, for example, a dragon lair or something? Well, I hope to do that completely dynamically, not just, you know, tag it uniquely. I hope every zone is like that. I have some plans for that for sure. You should make a bot that answers questions about what you're doing. Yeah, it's like, I do like the engagement. I do appreciate people being interested in it, and I'm happy to explain it. But for those who are sticking around, watching me day after day, it probably gets a little annoying to hear me do the same spiel over and over again. So what am I trying to say? There's some threshold there. Of course, I have no information about this. So we're on F state tree read-only execution context. State tree minimal execution context. I mean, these are all just like nested things. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. Let's look at our other threads here. And nothing was happening on the other threads. I don't know what more you want from me. I honestly don't know what more you want from me here. What more can I do about constructing this context? Using the new nanite function in UE5? I am using nanite. I am using nanite, yes. Although I don't think the assets that I'm using are like, you know, nanite optimized, so I'm probably not using it to its fullest extent. I just kind of fucking slap on that checkbox on everything. State tree instance data. I mean, I guess it's this thing, but I reset it. Where do I set this? Or does the... Should I just like set it equal to an empty struct instead? What does reset do? Let's do this instead and see what happens. Let's do that and see what happens. Ice Master, hello, welcome in. Hello. Okay. Oh, I want to live there so bad. Place looks so cool. I'm still batting around the idea of whether or not I want seasons. I definitely want weather, but I don't know if seasons, I don't know how I would, because like I do want some zones that are like just snowy zones, you know? Like in WoW, there's like a winter spring or a dun Moreau, which don't really make sense in terms of the greater world. But they just always have snow there, and they're like right next to zones that are not snowy. So, and RimWorld has seasons, and that plays into the Colony Sim thing very nicely, because you need to like bundle up for the winter, make sure everyone has parkas and is warm enough in the winter. You know, put fires, make sure you have enough wood. You know, there's less animals in the environment. You can't grow any crops, so there's some really nice interactions there with the Colony Sim side of the game. But if I have like drastically different zones where there is like a snow zone, you know, that's going to be kind of hard to balance in a fun way, I think. Okay, so we're still having the same issue. So that didn't matter. That did not matter. Did not make a difference. Yeah, we may just not, I don't know. We may not be able to get past this one today. We can just skip it. Oh my god, it's so annoying. Okay, but we're spawned here. Are you coding things for Minecraft? No. I am not coding things for Minecraft. Next question. Okay, but that, the spawner thing, we're not hitting that. So I'm going to assume it's always empty. So then therefore I can do the outputs add get ref. I guess input tagged. Wait, let me look at the, no, I actually wanted that back. I actually wanted that back. It's starting to look like World of Warcraft. I'll take that as a compliment. I'm new, but definitely gonna stick. I love coding, although I'm just a beginner, as someone who just completed masters. I still have a lot to learn after seeing this. Well, thank you for stopping by and sticking around. I appreciate you. Are you planning adding sophisticated physics? Sophisticated? No. It's definitely not a whole lot of physicsy things. I just need physics for like a few force abilities and like some tree falling. That's about it. I did write my own gravity processor though. So that was on some level sophisticated. Can you show some gameplay, please? There's not a whole lot of gameplay yet. Not a whole lot. I don't even... These guys might not have... Hello, please. Yeah, I know. Oh, it's so laggy. Oh, this guy's gonna be rough. Oh, his combat state tree is not working. Lucky me. Oh god, we're in the process of changing things. Okay, we had a fatal error. There was a little bit of combat though. Illegal call to static find object fast while garbage collecting. Does get entity data not handle that? It's pretty smooth, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the animation is definitely not my strong suit, so I'm glad it looked a little smooth. I'm watching it back on my feedback. I want, yeah, it's blending a little too fast out of the casts, because you're just kind of like, I'm just kind of flicking his wrist. I want him to finish that cast. I'll say it's dope what you're doing here. Thank you. Problem solving real time while interacting. I'm just going to chill here while playing Doom Eternal. Hell yeah. I hope to be the best background noise possible. I hope to be the best background noise possible. Why were we static finding object though? I don't... Resolve object internal. We're just accessing a pointer. Am I using gas for the abilities? I am. I'll probably end up rewriting it though, because it's not really performant enough to handle thousands of entities at a time. It's my biggest bottleneck right now for the entity simulation. If I have like 200 entities all in combat, it's like 30 FPS. And some of that's just from like the VFX and stuff too. Like the projectiles are kind of expensive with how I've written them right now. I'll need to turn the projectiles themselves into entities as well. but I need to like I need to actually write a collision processor for the entities to do that, and that's just gonna be a whole, it's gonna be a whole journey there. Resolve object internal soft object path. Okay. So it's the soft object path specifically that's the issue. I wonder, is null. Test if this can ever point to a live object. So let me see what your internals do. Is null, is valid. Yeah, I wonder if I'm just, that's not a good way to do it. Although if I'm going to do that and then get default object, I'll probably need to lock the garbage collection, I suppose. Let's go GC guard. Actor class. What is it? F soft object path does. I'll say can't. Actor class. Can't use actor class because F soft object path. I'll say just during GC because F soft object path. Okay. Yeah, I think what I really need to do is just spend some time on getting this stable. I mean, a lot of them are assertions that don't actually matter, but for development they get quite fucking annoying, I'll say. Let's actually finish what the hell I was doing here. Static mesh spawner, add get ref. We're doing the input here, which is just inputs fpcg tagged data. So I just need to like deref that. Add get ref. And so this is going to be the fpcg tagged data. Let's make sure it's a ref tagged data. I'll say out data equals that, and then we just need to set out data dot data equal there. So that should fix one of the assertions. That should fix one of them. I think I'm pretty sure that's what we're doing here. Let me double check. Output dot data equals blah blah blah. Okay, yeah. Well, and we need to make sure that that still works and spawns our PCG stuff. You should probably pin what you're doing in the chat. I usually do, and I forgot to today. I forgot to today. UE5, game dev, RPG, Colony Sim. People still end up asking though, so. And that's okay. There we go. That's okay. I'm happy to answer questions. Hi, bro. What are you cooking? That's the message I missed. We're working on a video game. Unreal Engine. It's going to be RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. And right now, I just got entities spawned into the world. Here's the procedural world running. And we got procedural spawn locations we developed over the past couple streams. And I did some updates to some state tree stuff for those entities. Still need to do some more. Okay, there we go. I spawned. And PCG is not spawning at all? Or being slower? Okay, yeah, this one is getting really bad. This one's getting really bad. Let me see here. Let me just do a quick Google search on this. Unreal Engine state tree. I don't think I'm going to find. Data race detected. State tree context. This is what I get for creating my own state tree schema and context. Yeah, I don't see anything quickly here. How hard is it to learn Unreal Engine? Well, it kind of depends on what you want to do, but there is a pretty big learning curve up front, but it's quite powerful. once you start to figure it out. State tree entity processor. Okay, what else can I do here? What else can I do here? So it's the storage. It is the storage. Acquiring read access on the storage. F instance state tree storage, which is in here. It's this guy. Oh, this is in the loop actually this time. Okay. And we're on the background. Okay, so this is slightly different then. Let me look a little closer on this thread. Okay, so wait a second. Okay. So we actually are accessing a state tree back here. What entity is this for? Entity 0. And what thread was I on? Also entity 0. Okay, so we have a conflict. Okay. Okay, I see the issue here. Okay, let's do this. I know what the problem is. I need another container, I suppose, here. Put you over here. Let's put you over here. Is allowed to tick. Okay. This class needs some love, doesn't it? So I basically need to not run this if it's in the state trees to start. We continue. If it hasn't started, we enqueue it and continue. Let's make a T set. Ah, shit, but how am I gonna like make sure there's no I basically just need to know if it's in this queue already. Don't run it. But I guess if I'm reading from one thread and writing from another, it's fine. Right? Isn't that how it works? I read a book, Wound Diary, twice. I have it. I have it right here, actually, right next to me. I have a signed copy of that, actually. John Stats is amazing, actually. Excellent book, I must say. Describes the early years of WoW development. For example, they first built dead mines in the Quake 2 engine. Yeah. And dude, you know what was so crazy to me when I read the book was like how close World of Warcraft was to not even getting made. I remember one point like Mark Kern like had to fly out to like New York to find like a, what was it, like a president or something for the game or something like that, or like some creative director. And like, cause they couldn't find anyone who could do it, cause 3D was like so new, like a 3D MMO, you know. And it was like literally if they couldn't convince that this one guy to come work on World of Warcraft, then it just literally wouldn't have been made. And there are like a ton of examples like that. And so it's so crazy that not only did it get made, but it turned into like an incredibly influential game. This is my first game. Yep. You streaming on both Twitch and YouTube? I am. Yep. Did a few Python classes and got to where I could make some basic tools like calculator, clock. Hell yeah. Watching this put some perspective on real coding. Yeah, it's easy. The imposter syndrome is easy to feel. I feel it all the time as well. So don't beat yourself up about it. I think it sounds like you've done a great job starting though. Sounds like you've done a great job so far. But try not to compare yourself to others so much. Only to the you that existed yesterday. Okay, but I basically need a way to skip this if... I should probably do it on the... Is this your first game, bro? What are you playing? Yeah, I'm making a game. I am making a game right now. I guess I need another boolean for like queued to start, right? Be queued to start. And then I can use that. I'll be like be queued to start equals true. And then let's put another guard in here, and entity state tree data has not been queued to start. Be queued to start. Then we can enqueue it and continue. And then I'll say if it is queued to start, we continue as well, because we don't want to That will be set to false. Or rather, no, we should be if it hasn't started. If it hasn't, okay, let's do this, hang on. If it hasn't started. And then we'll do an inner loop here. There we go. I like that a lot better. Okay. And if it hasn't been queued to start, we will queue it up for starting. And then once we get here, as started, be queued to start equals false. There we go. I think that should be nice and dandy. Nice and dandy. Do you use AI for help? Sometimes, yeah. Certain things it's good at. All the autocompletes are AI, so that's the super useful part. Is this a configuration XML file? No, it's not. It's also not Java. This is C++. Hence the CPP files at the top of the screen. Maybe there's a cutoff in mobile. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's probably like there's like a YouTube thingamajig at the top, so you probably can't see that. Trying to make a game as well, just for fun though. Same. Good luck on your journey, and to you on yours. And to you on yours. Okay. Can we get rid of those annoying ass assertions now? That would be awesome. So far, nothing. Well, they're not spawning yet, so that makes sense. That makes sense. My screen can't see that. Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I figured. That makes sense. I don't blame you for thinking it's Java. I do blame you for thinking it's XML. That's kind of wild. You did correct yourself, though. So you get some credit for that. I can definitely understand this looking like Java, for sure. Ah, shit. I hate this one, too. New point data. Wait a second, didn't I just do this? Did I do the wrong thing? I did. Medusa T, thank you for the follow and welcome in. UE5 versus Unity versus Godot. Yeah, great point. That is a great point. Okay, let's actually... So let's do this. We're gonna put this out of the background thread. Comment that out, actually. We'll put that back. Put that back and comment it out. And so now this is going to be new point data. This is probably what I should have done the whole time. New point data. Why are you mad? Oh, because it's const. Yeah, we don't need it. We don't want it to be const anymore either. Point data. Now we're passing in new point data. There we go. Copy that. Roger. Interesting. Add. Why would we be? That's probably not how I should have done that. Okay, let's try that now. What the hell is a quaternion? Consider yourself blessed that you do not know. You have not been touched by the devil. Give me one moment. Okay. We are back. Okay. Let's run it. Okay. CPP good, C# nightmare. Try Kotlin, bro. I've used Kotlin at work. I use Dart, Java. We do have one like Kotlin code base, but we don't work in it too much. Okay, so the PCG graph is not working at all for the meadows biome, it seems. But oh. Those trees are too large. Those trees are very large. Okay, so the graphs aren't working at all anymore. PCG is not working at all. We are getting things to spawn and the state tree is behaving now. So that's good. I love that for me. But now PCG is broken. And I have no one to blame but myself. Okay. Which change did that? Was it the output change? In tagged data dot, it was data equals new point data. Let's put that back. And we may get the exception there. Kotlin and Java is best. There is no best programming language, my friend. They are all tools, and you should use the best tool for the job. Let me subscribe. Your content is dope. Okay, I'll allow it this time. I will allow that this time. Thank you for the sub, though. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. And for the kind words. Containers changer in for loop. Okay, this is in PCG helpers. What loop am I looping for? Owned components on the actor. Oh, that's annoying. And where's that being called from? Getting the actor bounds, which is executing internal. Okay. Those trees look quite good, did they? Okay. Do you use your own design? No, I am no artist. These are all like placeholder assets that I've picked up from free packs over the years. Okay, so this is on PCG spatial noise. Okay, and I guess I'm adding to... I see. Well, that one should already be owned. It fucking owned. PCG ISM. Foreground, background, 0, 1, 2, 3... Thread 4, thread 5, thread 6, thread 7. Okay, so where was it adding? Where was it adding to the owned array? That is the surface sampler. What is this? The RNG? Yeah, this is the weighted. Oh no, yeah, this is sampling the points. So we're not adding anything there. Go back to game thread. Would I have added anything here? Just a question, don't be mad, but can ChatGPT help you on this? Again, just a question. So, okay, I ranted about this last night. I'm not mad at you. You can ask whatever question you'd like. I won't get mad at anyone for asking questions, but a lot of people have come in and just be like, I appreciate you asking it in the form of a question rather than just being like, just use AI. Just ask ChatGPT. I think a lot of people saying that are probably more junior level developers where the problems that they're working on and the questions that they have and the information that they need is all information that is pretty, I'll just say low-hanging fruit. It's easy to find information, though, is what I mean. Like, before I would have just found it on something like Stack Overflow, or somewhere on the internet by Googling. But now you can just hit an AI for it, right? You can hit ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever. And you can get a lot of really good answers that way for the lower level stuff. The problems that I'm working on here not only are they within Unreal Engine C++, which is it's complicated. It's a complicated code base, it's a massive engine with a lot of code. The problems that I run into they're not general problems. The general problems that are the things that AI is really good at. I do use it sometimes. You know, when I have a general algorithm that I need, I'll prompt an AI for it. You know, I built a spatial data structure bounding volume hierarchy. AI prompted that. That was really nice because that's a general algorithm that I needed to apply to a use case. You know, I'm doing, you know, when a project has evolved enough, it's going to get big enough and opinionated enough to where now it's just all like, you're not going to find answers on the internet about it, right? The answers are going to be your own code. Now, AI with Copilot and stuff, you can give it access to your own source code, but the larger your code base is, the shittier the AI is going to be at the context of it. And like I said, Unreal Engine is an absolutely massive code base. The source code is 200 gigs. Like, the AI doesn't do a great job at giving me the internals of Unreal Engine C++ information. And specifically, this is PCG related, Procedural Content Generation Framework. It's a very new framework in Unreal Engine at that. And so, and even in the latest update, 5.6, which came out, you know, a couple weeks ago, changed a lot of the PCG internals, which is why I'm having these issues that I'm having. So could AI answer this? I don't think it would do a very good job. I don't think it would. I think it would be a waste of time, because I think it would just give me some very general hallucinated things for PCG specifically. There are some other things in Unreal Engine that have been around for a while that probably AI could give me a better picture on. I have prompted it before and had it give me some good methods from the engine that I didn't even know about. But yeah, and the whole point about like juniors versus seniors, like the problems that seniors are working on, not senior citizens, like senior programmers, they're not really the kind of things that AI is good at doing yet. And yeah, autocomplete is the most helpful form of AI. And when that gets better, because that keeps you in the flow. If I have to get out of the code, go over to a prompt, you know, copy paste a bunch of shit, think about, oh, how do I ask this? How do I give this enough context? Which files does it need for context? That's taken me out of the flow of figuring out the problem. And then I have to wait for it to figure it out and give it back to me. And even when it edits the code itself, I have to go through and I have to do like a mini code review, right? But when it's doing the autocompletes, that's the super helpful stuff, because I'm in the code. I usually know what I want to write. And so when it's doing the autocomplete code and I can just look at that and be like, yeah, that's exactly what I want, accept. That's awesome. I can't wait for that to get even better. And the internal autocompleter we have at Google is fucking great. It's the best I've seen. It's completed like entire test files basically for me. Like once I write the code, I can go over to the test file. Sometimes I don't even need to write like the test description and it'll know just based on the code that I just wrote. So that's really cool. Well, yeah, that was a very long answer to your question. You know, can AI help me on this? I don't see prompting AI as being very helpful for these specific things. These are very, very specific issues in a very large and complicated code base. And I'm not talking about my own. I'm talking about the Unreal Engine source code. So yeah. But I appreciate you asking that as a question. You came at it with trying to understand better, and that's awesome. I applaud you for that. A lot of people come here, and this is what I got ranty about last night. They're like, just use AI. Just use it. So many times that has happened recently, just because I start trying to troubleshoot, and it's like, goddamn, these junior programmers, what they're gonna do is they're gonna give up the second that they can't find the answer to their problem, anytime it's just a little bit farther than their fingertips. Right? Like, we already have so much information at our fingertips in Google searches, in the internet. And now it's actually becoming even easier. Like, an AI can go retrieve all that for you and summarize it very nicely. And so it's like, you know, sometimes you're going to need to read the source code. I'm sorry, it needs to happen. It sucks. I hate it, but you need to do it. And there's a good example of me doing that last night with the scope block issue. And that's why I got ranty, because they're like, oh, just use AI for it. And you know what? I tried. It just gave me a bunch of general information about thread locking and deadlocks. And it just told me to use scope block better. When I looked at the source code, I found a scope try lock, which is what I was looking for. So, you know, there's still a lot to be had for actually trying to find the answer yourself. And I would encourage you, if you're a junior developer watching this, try a little bit to find the answer first on your own. You will learn a lot more that way, and you will be exposed to more things, right? Instead of just the exact answer that you're looking for. Now, I'm not saying don't use AI at all. I don't think that's the right move. Definitely, it can be a great help for junior developers as well, but you need to understand what it's doing, and you need to understand what it's good for. Very good answer. Thank you. You'll be one of those back in my days, devs. Yeah. We actually had to type the code. Yeah, I couldn't just put my fucking Neuralink magnet on my temple and wipe my ass with a fucking CPP file, you know? Have it shit out some code. Worked on an Android application and accidentally tried running it on the Android simulator instead of using my phone. Power cord gave up on me. Got a fucking application. How bad was your code? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I think of ChatGPT as YouTube, but in text format. I use it to help me instead of doing it for me. After what I learn, I always tell it to quiz me to make sure I understand. Now that's going the extra mile. I don't know if I would never go that far. I would just try to, first of all, I would try to write the code on my own rather than copy. If I was a junior, I would write the code on my own. Because what I was doing was just copy pasting from Stack Overflow back in the day. And it wasn't until I actually just started to type it out myself that it started solidifying itself better. So I should have done that sooner. And I think that's what I would be trying to do with AI now. I would just make sure that I'm actually typing out what it gave me. And then that'll help me go through the mental process of like, what does each bit of this code do? Roxy, what are you doing? It's okay. Just sit. Sit. Okay. Where the hell was I? Oh yeah, where the actor component array changed during iteration. This is super annoying that they do these for eaches all the time, everywhere. For each component internal. Moxie, come back here. You need to just sit. Just sit. Get actor local bounds. Okay, so we added something in the background thread to the components, and I know that I do that. That is probably in environment item spawner. Add PCG ISM func. Yeah, it's right here. Now, does this happen on... I should maybe do this on the game thread. Let me see. Terrain chunk. It's this function. Is this computationally expensive? Save containers. I am doing new object, although I'm scope guarding it and clearing the flag. So this is happening on the background thread. This doesn't seem too bad. Moxie, come here. You keep trying to sneak out of here, and you're just going to go to the top of the stairs and bark at everything. So please sit. Good girl. Okay. Yeah, we're just creating save containers. Yeah, I think this can be on the game thread. Should spawn, add instances by ID. That probably should be on the game thread anyway. Although I wonder how expensive that is. So let's maybe see. Let's do async. Actually, no, this is on the game. This already happens on the game thread, no? Execute internal. Execute internal should happen on the game thread, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Can execute only on main thread if the current phase is execute. If there's no context or current phase. So yeah, that's already on the game thread. But I guess it's PCG executing on the background thread for the spatial noise. God, that's so annoying. Ooh, that's so annoying. Okay. This is an annoying one. How am I going to fix that? It's just an assertion, so it doesn't actually really matter. But it's just really annoying during development to get hit by these all the time. So somehow this from the spatial noise. Yeah, I don't know what I can do about that actually, because this is all like kind of self-inflicted, I suppose. I don't know. Can I scope lock adding a component? I don't know. I kind of just want to skip that one for now. That's like so minimal. That is a very minimal issue. Okay, here we are. We're spawning. We're spawning. Oh boy, we're here again. Okay. How long does it take for you to code by yourself without needing any help from like Stack Overflow? I rarely use it anymore, unless I'm working in a language that I'm not familiar with. When did you understand what a code does, or should I just stop overthinking? It'll just come to you naturally. You'll pick it up over time. But I will say, like, I'm entirely self-taught, so I don't really have a college education on writing code or anything like that. So I'll say I started when I was like 16, and probably for about the first, I don't think I wrote my own line of code for like a year or two at the very least. You know, I was just copy and pasting a lot of stuff. It takes a while to settle in, especially if you don't have a formal education. For me at least. For me at least. Okay, so this still did the write access thing. Change that back to reset. Start simple, don't make your dream game first would be a mistake I made. Yeah, I do hear that advice a lot. Like, just I think it depends on what your goals are, right? Like, if your goal is to just release a game, then you should start simple, right? But if that's not your goal, then don't. And also, you just kind of have to know some things about yourself. Like for me, if I'm not interested in the project, I'm just not going to do it, right? So it would kind of need me, you know, making my dream game to some extent. It would require me to do that, to keep coming back, right? Now there's a bad spawn point that should have been filtered out. How did that not get filtered out, actually? Let's rerun this with the visual logger and see. I love that I'm not getting the initial assertions now. It is right. We are getting a lot smoother execution, at least on the terrain gen. But yeah, my goal was to not just release a game. My goal is to work on this game. And that is what I will do. Okay, yeah, this one again. Yeah, I don't know what you want from me. Maybe we reset and then assign it to a new one? I don't know. I don't know. Well, you're not starting out either. I was 2.5 years ago on game dev. I wasn't starting out programming. Like this is I've never made a game before this, so never done game dev, never done Unreal Engine, never done C++, never done procedural generation. So I was at one point. Is it using a different seed this time for the spawn point? Or did that one get filtered out? Where's the... turn that off. Is that 0, 0? I assume that's 0, 0. Okay, there's the spawn points. Oh god, it spawned one in there. That's so funny. And what chunk is this? 0, -1, 0? Huh. So why didn't it... I guess... Is it... It might be... Oh, it's using a different seed every time, maybe? Is that what's happening? What about having Y-coordinate detection to prevent NPCs from spawning on weird places? Well, first of all, Unreal Engine uses the Z-coordinate as up. And that is not enough. That is not enough. So I do a slope filter. So they don't spawn on too steep of a slope. But despite that, I don't know if there's any examples here. So here, like there's probably some sections on this mountain that aren't steep enough. Like this little ledge right here, like there could be a spawn point right here, right? But I wouldn't want to spawn something there. So what I do, and what I was trying to show there, I guess I cleared it all out, so that was kind of bad. But for every point, I do some pathfinding in 4 different directions. I project each point in 4 different directions onto the nav mesh. I try to do pathfinding, and if at least 2 of those pathfindings are successful, then I consider that a valid spawn point. But if I can't pathfind, then I'm probably on a section of nav mesh that is too small, right? Like all these little nav islands, like I wouldn't want to spawn something here. So I have to check in different directions to see if I can move around enough, right? That's what I do to filter them out. And I felt like that should have caught that one spot, but oh yeah, we have guys underground now too. Cool. Okay. So we're gonna stop that. What is this? Are you like pending destruction? Object has been destroyed. Somehow it got destroyed. Well, I guess, yeah, I guess I'm not checking validity on that. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So now let's make sure we wire up the spawn points. That's not what I wanted. Proxy actor.cpp. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay, so init proxy actor. Here we go. Okay, so I need to get some spawn info in here, and I guess we can just spawn entity straw. I mean, I guess that's what we pass in here. Mob spawn entry. I guess I want the biome definition though as well. Spawn entity, which I never ended up putting in here. Training AI is fun, but unfortunately I can't do much while it's training. Oh, just rent a GPU in the cloud. Okay, weird. Can't imagine coding a game like Skyrim as a one-man team. Not saying this is like Skyrim, I'm just comparing. I'd imagine it can get much more complex if you add more variables, combat mechs. Yeah, well, yeah, it's a lot. But I'm trying to like, I don't know, I feel like you kind of have to lean to your strengths when you're doing like some solo hobby game dev. And I don't have any strength in art. So I can't make assets. I have some strength in programming, so I can do procedural stuff, right? And then that way, you know, I don't want to like, I can't, I'm also solo, so I can't like hand make a bunch of quests, right? Because that would just take forever. I can't hand place, I can't do an entire environment design like Skyrim, you know? Like I can't put all that there myself. I can't put every cave there, every doodad, every fucking, you know, wooden spoon in every shelf or whatever. So I have to procedural generate them, which is more complicated, but I guess more evergreen in a way. What do I want to do about this? Because I do want the background def on there, but then I would be tightly coupling the two classes. I don't like that. Vander Sonda, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How do I want to do that? Spawn info. They're gonna buy assets or trying to find an artist? I have no fucking idea. Probably a little bit of both, honestly. I don't even know how to like talk about what I want in terms of art. I feel like I need to pay for some consulting first, just so I can know what the hell I'm doing. That's filtering spawn. Where am I actually doing the spawning? Oh, here we go. It's an F spawn entity. Spawn infos. There we go. Okay. I kind of want to take some of these classes and make it, or not classes, these functions, and make them static, because this file, this terrain chunk file, is just getting cluttered. There's so many concepts happening, and it's getting hard to search through. Spawn info, spawn def. Oh, that's on the PCG spawn info. Okay. Wait, where the fuck do I spawn that? Spawn entities. Oh, I just do it right here. Duh. Okay, so I need the spawn point. I have that. I need like this, the wander radius, and I need to forward that into the proxy actor. I don't want to tightly couple the classes together, the spawner and the terrain and the struct. I could just like add it afterwards, but how would I wouldn't be able to tie it together. I don't know when it spawns. It's like a latent thing. Probably should not be doing that right there either. The background spawn definition. Maybe I should just try to mob spawn definition, which is now, I called it background spawn. Which is now just a mob spawn definition. Yeah, those all need to stay the same. Okay. Mob spawn entries, spawn radius, wander radius. This is all information for specifically for PCG. But the wander radius is the one I want to forward. You'd think just like putting a float on something would be so easy, but I need to architect it to be scalable. You can also connect AIs to Blender or another 3D modeling tool. The AI generated 3D models I've seen are not great. They've probably gotten better since I've last looked though. Yeah. I mean, I kind of feel like this entity spawner is just kind of, it's almost obsolete now. I don't want to like specifically define a wander radius here. The C++ use some of the same statements variables as Python. No, but once you know one language, you can pick up the trends in another language probably pretty easily. So, I mean, the logic is the same, right? There's still if statements, you know, there's still functions and returns and stuff like that, but the syntax will be all different. Yeah, why is this taking me so long to make a freaking decision on how to do this? F spawn entity. I mean, fuck it. Let's just tightly couple it. I've taken too long. Just put it on there. Just put it on there. This was already imported, so maybe not as big of a deal as I thought. Okay, spawn F spawn entity mob spawn definition. Which now the mob entries are just on that. So we'll probably refactor that in a second then. Okay. Let's see where in, so in here now, I guess I can just pass the spawn entity struct dot mob spawn definition in there. Not there. That was the wrong function right here. Yep, proxy actor. So const f mob spawn definition. Yeah. I only call that in one spot, right? Yeah. Okay. Language C++. Couple it up. Should make this into a plugin. Make what into a plugin? Which part? There's so many things that are they're so inherently coupled with each other. It would be such a pain in the ass to split all this shit out into a plugin. Using Python was weird without the semicolon. Yeah, I agree. I always enforced them in my JavaScript code bases back when I worked with it. I hate the lack of brackets in Python. I hate the white space. Python would be a great language if it weren't for that. Okay, mob spawn definition. So here's where we would want to do that. And I guess I need to figure out how to set properties on a state tree. But I guess I probably need the state tree context, right? State tree instance data dot. I gotta figure out how to do that now, I guess. Get storage, probably. It's const, though. How do you add data on the state tree? Do I know how to fucking do that yet from outside the state tree? There's gonna be no C++ fucking help for this either. I have to kind of figure it out on my own. Where is my state tree entity? State tree processor. Well, that'll work. We'll go here first. State tree instance data. Yeah, the context. I guess I know how to do it on the context. Do I need to do I need to create one of these? So this is a weird and so this is just this star this. Cannot bind. It's oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so context. Set context data. Add external global parameters. That, I think, is what I would want. I use a gameplay event to send data, but how does it actually get set on, like, I have properties on the, well, I don't have it open, but, oh yeah, I do, it's right here. You're in the wrong spot. Like, I have these global, I haven't used these yet, but I haven't used these before, but I have these global parameters. I'm trying to figure out how to set those. And I think I might have found it. I think it's probably this. Which does not have a comment on it. Wonderful. A plugin that automatically takes your code and tightly couples everything. Oh yeah, I could write that. I can write that real quick. It's funny. Okay. Property binding info. This expects in-parameter memory to resolve correctly. Oh, Jesus. I hate working with raw, like, memory pointers. You can make a global task that has async gameplay event listeners is how I do it, but they added new stuff to state trees. Yeah, I know I can do it that way, where I pull data, like, from the perspective of the state tree. I can pull data. I know I can do that. The problem with that, though, is I'm not maintaining this data, right? That gets passed in. I want to push it to the state tree because I'm not going to hang on to it, right? So the state tree needs to hang on to it. That's the issue I'm having. Oh, and this function is literally just never used. That's fucking just wonderful. No examples of how to use this. Parameters. Oh, didn't I? Hang on. I think I might have tried to do this before. Go back to the state tree processor. I see why now it didn't like that. I am on 5.6, yes. You wanted a F state tree execution context, okay. Okay. Are there any usages of this? No. What about this guy? Usages of ad. Oh, it's gonna... You're not doing the right ad. You're not doing... Yeah, that's not right. Let me see what add is doing here. Type hash. Oh, Jesus Christ. I want to be a game developer. Where should I start? You should start by downloading an engine. Pick an engine, download it, start playing around. Collect external data. You've been using blueprints at all? A little bit, yeah. A little bit. Should I learn any language I want and need for my idea, or do I have to start from the easier ones first? I guess it depends on what your idea... If your idea isn't anything too crazy, I would pick a one of the more popular languages if you're learning programming for the first time. I would probably pick JavaScript, Python, or Java. If it's a web dev idea, go with JavaScript. If it's like just a scripting type idea, a CLI or maybe even AI, do Python. If it's like something that's like intended to be ran as a service, go with Java. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't think this is going to work. I need a coffee. A coffee. I do need a coffee. Why do I feel like this isn't what I should be doing? Property binding copy. Is there any usages of this, please? Where you initialize something? Property binding collection. Yeah, maybe... What else is on here? Set context data by name. Context data. Let me just Unreal Engine, how to set state tree properties from C++. This is going to be from blueprints. Parameters is the word. Not properties. Yeah, I guess maybe the state trees just aren't set up to be like that. Modifying state tree parameters during runtime. F state tree set parameters, which is no longer there. Oh, this is the guy who made the state tree. That's from like the context of a task though. Don't make an MMO as your first game. What made me pick UE5? The rendering technology, like all the fancy new stuff. Nanite Lumen, and just the power that it has out of the box, and it's in you know, the pricing model was a big point as well for me. Like the Unity pricing model, you know, is shit. Will you be using the flowchart DFD thing? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Flowchart. Are you talking about the behavior trees for AI? No, I use those. I'm switching to state trees from those basically, or I have switched. I have switched from those. They're just not. They're not very performant. State trees are much more performant. Have you found any benefit of maybe building something out in blueprints, then working on it in C++? I know a lot of people do. They like prototype in Blueprint and then move it to C++, but for me, I'm actually just kind of faster in C++. So I usually just start in C++. And before, you couldn't edit blueprints at runtime. So you'd have to, if you got your game into the situation you want to test, you couldn't sit there, change the blueprint, and try it. You'd have to restart the game every time, which was annoying. Which C++ you have live coding, which you can do it at runtime. But now you can in 5.6. Yeah, I feel like I'm petting the cat backwards here again. Yeah, what bind delegate state tree context. Get instance data. I don't know if that's where the parameters are stored at. Yeah, I guess the kind of how the state tree works, I guess, is that it doesn't really actually store any data. It just stores bindings and like pointers to the data. So yeah, this probably is not the way to do it. Moxie. I mean, you can set overrides and shit though on the linked state tree. But this is the root tree. Copy from, yeah, none of this looks like it's, I guess I get mutable storage dot set global parameters. Okay, hang on, now we're talking. This is what I was trying to do. Get rid of all this shit, get that out of here. I was trying to do this here. Add property. Okay, give me that. Okay. Add property, name. Oh shit, okay. Wander within location. Shit, do I have to make the names? Are these, they're spaced. They're spaced names, okay. Thank you so much for that assertion. That was wonderful. Where the hell was I? Proxy actor. Wander within location. Property type. Is vector one of them? So no, I guess struct. Wait, is there no vector in here then? Oh my god. Oh, that's so annoying. And this doesn't have like, oh, and the vector is like a special thing that doesn't actually have like a static struct. It's funny how people think coding is easy and they're like saying it helps with the answer and shit. Yeah, I mean, it helps for the simple stuff. Not quite for the more difficult specific things. Because you can't, you don't use the parameters like you use them because you can't access them. Yeah, I think I'm finding that out. In name and overwrite. Okay, so let's just start maybe with the wander radius. And let's not do whatever button I just pressed there. So let's do float. What did I do? Okay. Float. Value type object. What do you need? What's your... It needs a U object. Okay, how do I add a... How do I do a U object float? Hang on. Add container property. Oh, there's so many of these. Let me look at the oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. In the value type and then an object. Type object for struct class enum of the new property. But what about a float? How do you actually add? Oh, does this not actually set? It doesn't actually set the value, does it? Oh, it adds a fucking entry, doesn't it? That's what, it's not actually setting the variable. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you can't do what I'm trying to do. They're not built for that. Okay, well that was a lesson that I've learned now. I have learned that. What should I learn to become a game developer like you? You should teach yourself how you learn, and you should learn how to teach yourself. Learn how to ask the right questions into Google. That is what you need to learn. Okay, yeah, I can't do this. I can't just set a property. Okay. So I guess just back to like, I guess I could just store this on the fucking actor itself. I stopped doing that. I guess we're just back to doing that. But now we can get rid of all that. Rebuild. Let me go into 50 classes to find out how this works in Unreal Engine. Yeah, that's how it be sometimes, though. You should have seen me when I was trying to figure out how mass worked. That was just pain. That was just pure pain. Like I had like 100 of these, you know, read-only engine source code files open. You can have task hold the variables too. Yeah, in like instance storage, yeah. But it's like I already have access to this object, so I do have one of those. I do have one of the global evaluator tasks. I mean, with how much I use the proxy actor, maybe I should put the proxy actor on there. What I'm upset about is how the state tree does not gracefully handle null pointers, it seems. What is this? Oh, why did I make that a ref? That's not right. And I guess that's why I changed it, is because it wasn't handling the null pointer case very well. Which I guess is why I should maybe add this to the global what do I say? Set global. Let me look at my where are my state tree tasks at? Mass entity? Yeah, wait, have you not heard of mass entity? You're working with state trees and you don't know what mass entity is? It's the ECS system in Unreal Engine. Okay, populate global vars. That's what I called it. That's my global task. There it is. Okay. Oh, I know what it is. I knew not to use it for my health. My brain can't take new information. Yeah. Yeah, it's dense information. It's not like it's easy to find information either. The docs were not great for it. Yeah, so it does it every tick, which this was for entity gameplay tags. Why did I put the subsystem on there? I mean, I guess that's a fine way to do it. It's not hurting anything. I'll let you figure out what mass entity. I'm not using it. I didn't like it. I found it too difficult to work with. I wrote my own ECS system with my own state tree processor. Do you have any tips on going from higher level languages to lower level ones? You know, pray a lot, maybe? I don't know. My thoughts and prayers are with you. Why are you going to a lower level language? Are you talking about like assembly language or like machine code or something? You gonna do some MIPS programming? Or do you just mean like C++ or C or something? Python, Java to CPP? No, I mean, it's just another language. Just another language. I mean, the only difficult part is like having to wrap your head around pointers and references. But once you understand that, it's easy going. And like learning C++ taught me that like actually other languages are just all pointers. I didn't realize, like, you don't realize you've been working with pointers the whole time. Just other languages just make every variable a pointer and manage it for you. It's all pointers all the way down, probably. I'm just staring at this code doing absolutely nothing. Do I want to put the proxy actor on here? The thing is, like, I have the get entity data. But I feel like that's just doing extra work maybe that I don't need to. And the proxy actor pointer doesn't actually change all that much. It should never actually. State tree property ref. And why am I using a ref there for that? Yeah, I guess I need something to bind it to. Although, could I have put that in a global parameter there? I think maybe I could have. Yeah, like if I put a gameplay tag container here. Yeah, so I can put it there too. Okay. Okay, let's throw a, yeah, we'll throw that there. Let's do a, ref, script game, what's the, is it just my, I forget what mine is, my project.proxy actor. Wait, how do you do pointers for this? Can you do pointers for this? Allows us to get a pointer to select a property in a state tree. Maybe I can just make it a, can I just make it an output actually? Category out? Let's just do an output and see what happens. Maybe I don't need that. Proxy actor. Output. Populate global variables on tick. Proxy actor data. So I'll just say like if instance data dot proxy actor. If we don't have one, then we can do this. And so we'll say if proxy actor data and proxy actor data. Well, I guess we can just yeah, we can just unconditionally do it because it doesn't matter if we're setting a pointer to null pointer. It's already null pointer. It's not going to hurt anything. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that needs to be a ref. Okay. Why are you mad? Oh yeah, we need to pass the entity, don't we? Okay. Yeah, gameplay tags are nice. The gameplay tags are a nice way to decouple things. Let's get that out of here. We don't need that either. Okay. Populate global vars, proxy actor. We'll add it here. Proxy actor. Proxy actor. Okay, now can I populate that from here? Where are you? Yeah, here. Okay. And in here then, wander within spawn point radius. Wait, does this not have the parameters? What? Okay, this doesn't. Wander, move to reachable point in location. Parameters, location. Why was that not already? Why was that not already saved? Okay. Now let's bind these to... Oh, wait a second. I can't get it from the proxy actor. Oh, hang on. I think I may need to update some things here. First of all, t-object pointer that. What am I doing? Noob. Okay. The mob spawn definitions, they're all edit anywhere, actually. And blueprint read only. Visible anywhere, blueprint read only. Okay, so why weren't these showing up then? Well, I guess there's no actual location on here. Oh, oops. Okay. Why did I think that that would be fine? Where is proxy actor? Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. I think that was yesterday. Is that still saying that on Twitch? Well, welcome in, Tomatoes. Where was the init proxy actor? Maybe it says it for like a week or something. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't actually know when the actual day was. I just know it was showing that yesterday. I guess I just need to get the locate. Yeah, okay. So I need to store an additional thing here, actually. F vector spawn location. The location he spawned at. Okay, can I get the other values though? There, okay, it is all here. Oh my god, there's so much here. Spawn rate, that was the wrong one. Oh, I can just get it from the... Oh, I can just get it from the task. I don't actually need to set it. Oh, okay, because it's a task on the route. Okay, interesting. I don't actually need to... Well, I need something to bind it to. I feel like I probably should do this. And I should get rid of these. Yeah, I should get rid of all these. Remove. Okay. Parameters, proxy actor, mob spawn definition, wander radius. Okay. Okay. Let's rebuild. Now we got it. This'll be fine. We'll be fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Well, actually, fuck. Hang on. I don't know if having a pointer on the root is a good idea. I think we're gonna have another null pointer exception. Although yeah, I think we're gonna run into the same issue I had yesterday with it. I don't think I should be storing pointers on the global parameters. You've been streaming for a year. I know, right? It's crazy. Honestly, I'm so lost in what you're doing now, but I like having it on the background. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. I'm just trying to get my state tree. I'm trying to get like some really specific information passed to my state tree, and I don't like any of the options I have, really. Yeah, because this is going to be null. And I wish the property bindings managed that. Like, I don't know why they don't handle null pointers gracefully. Like, it's not that hard to just, like, not... You know, don't get the bound value if there's a null pointer anywhere in there, you know? But I think we're gonna get some null pointer exceptions. Although I didn't pass in the, hang on. Let me try that again. We need to bind this one now. Proxy actor, spawn location, yeah. Okay, things should start spawning soon, I think. I think. Hello? Why are you not spawning? What happened here? What did I do that broke spawning? Spawn infos are empty. Wait, why? What did I break? These were all just spawn. Okay, let me rerun that again. Okay. Output tag data. Empty. Oh. Error. Is that always the case? Maybe a couple more samples. Yeah, empty. Spawn info is empty. Okay. I think I understand. Wait, no, I don't. I don't understand. Background spawn. Error. Oh, I changed some property names, didn't I? Property back. Yeah, okay, I changed that. that fucking explains that. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. What did I call it instead? Mob spawn defs, I think. I'd probably use the same one here, yeah. Okay, let's restart that. Yeah, now we have spawns. I forgot I changed the property name. Okay. Is there a difference between what you're doing and designing a level? Yeah, so I'm letting code design it for me, essentially, rather than hand placing everything. I just come up with a bunch of math and rules and use a bunch of noise to determine what the terrain should look like. Or into II at one of your breakpoints. Why is it this chunk is routinely fucked up? I think it was that chunk last time too. Okay, what are we doing here? What's... Oh, this is null. Oh, yeah. Yeah, which is why I shouldn't... Let's just not... We're not going to put that on there, because that's weird that I did that to begin with. Come on, Ryder. I always blame the engine first before myself. Yeah, I've learned not to do that, unfortunately. Okay. Try it again. Will you literally import assets and stuff through your C++ code, or at some point will you have to start doing some type of designing in Unreal? It's all procedurally spawned. So it's all with PCG, basically. So it's easier than you think. I think you're thinking about it a little too hard, but there's a... I'll do the forest PCG graph. There's a node. If you know what PCG is, the static mesh spawner node. This is my own that I made based off of this, but you can just pass in meshes right here to spawn, and it'll kind of like randomly place them for you and stuff. So that's what all like the assets spawned are. Caves are sick, thank you. Are we still not spawning things? Yes, this one that apparently still happens. Wait, hang on, does this still happen? I should do this before Yeah, we need to move this above the context. That's probably the issue there, but we can skip that for now. Makes it sound a lot more realistic. Yeah, there's tons of tools and stuff. Spawning stuff dynamically is not, that's a pretty known thing. Okay, I have spawn infos. Where is spawn mobs? Is that true? I mean, I guess I can just like, yeah, it is true. Spawn infos. We have spawn infos. We have spawn entities. Okay, we are spawning things. God, I hate the state tree is so annoying right now. Okay. Why are there's none spawning here on me? Oh, there they finally they go. And they are wandering. Yay. Couple of archer guys here. They have, oh wow, they're all over the place. They're just having a conversation there. Oh, they're all going to 0-0 or something, right? Yeah, they're wandering in the wrong location. I thought init proxy actor. Yeah, transform is already set to the spawn point. Maybe I don't have the state tree set up correctly. Parameters, mob spawn definition, wander radius, parameters, proxy actor, spawn location. Can I breakpoint on here and then like look at the values? So far that answer is no. I'm wondering if like this location is by default set to 0, so I feel like that's the issue. But that's not so yeah, that just the break on enter just doesn't work, I assume. Let me do find random points, find random reachable point. I guess I just break point here and take a look at it. Yeah, it's 0-0. Okay, so why, I guess? Populate global variables. Let me see you. Spawn location is there. I think it's because you have a spelling mistake in one of your for loops. No, that should not be the issue. How long you been working on this project? About 2.5 years. A little over 2.5 years now. So maybe it's maybe I do need the ref actually. Maybe I do need the ref for this output thing. Oh, it's so noisy. So much walking around in the grass. Okay, I'm gonna need to get away from you all. Bunch of lingerers, man. We aren't getting the null pointer exception, so maybe this is fine. But maybe, I don't know, maybe it's actually handling it here. I would like to see what your values are. Oh, now it works. Okay. Pause. Can I see what these variables are now? I do have a proxy actor there. And it is the right one. Let me do this, but in this tree. The debugger seems to work better now, actually. In 5.6, it was like a giga broken. I say as it ceases to do anything. Hello, please. Please trace for me, please. Okay, so it still doesn't work for subtrees, I guess. So it's still broken for that. Still broken for subtrees. Bindings? Oh. Path, target. Does that, okay, that, I don't think that doesn't seem to show the actual values. Okay, I got a little too excited there. Like, why would I need this information? Like, this is such like redundant information. Like, I already know how they're wired up. Like, you don't need to give me another view for that. Has this been a completely solo project? Yep. Yeah, okay, I can see it here. In location is 000. So that is not getting forwarded. Get target task. Oh, that's the combat tree. That's different. That's a different thing. Oh, it just automatically scrolls horizontally when you get to the bottom. Yeah, I guess I don't need that anymore. Is the find random print state get transition to? What are you saying? It doesn't show me like the tree parameters though, I guess. It only shows me like the task parameters. So I don't know if it's an issue with this binding here or this binding here. Let me stop. Let me make sure I had these like compiled, because I know like Every other asset in Unreal Engine will compile when you click play. State trees do not. Okay. Bindings. Linked assets. Maybe I need to mark this as a subtree. Wait, undo whatever that was. Move to location. Can no longer be bound. Well, that's because it's on an individual task. Okay, that makes sense. However, you find a random control point. That's this task, and I did verify that that is getting a 0, 0, 0. I just don't know why. It's either because this is not being bound to the global parameter, or because this is not able to actually override the parameter. So there's two possible points of failure here. But I'm going to do it one more time and just make sure that those actually compiled. I'm not sure if they did or didn't. Okay, now they're not moving at all. Now they're not moving at all. Oh, is this break pointed right now? Wait, well, hang on, pause. Okay, the breakpoints just don't work at all. Dude, I don't know, how the fuck does this, how does this view work? Yeah, they're all stuck. Wait, why did that change? Did I break a binding somewhere? There are 1,000 entities. That's a lot. What? I didn't think I changed anything. What happened to where you guys can't actually move? Never worked for you either? Yeah. Yeah, what? I don't understand. What fucking state are we in right now? Oh my god. Oh no. Did my stream just crash? Hello? Am I still there? Oh no. The OBS feedback crashed. I think I'm gone. I think I'm gone. What happened here? Google Chrome is suspended. Yeah, I had like a GPU crash or something. Okay, and of course now my stream isn't loading at all. Okay. Am I still I'm still live? I have to like restart my computer though. It's like frozen in so many ways. Okay. Well. Okay, I guess I am still on Twitch. Okay. I guess I am. Ryder crash. Ryder just completely shut the fuck down. So did Unreal Engine. Google Chrome is suspended, which I've never. Okay, thank you for the follow, Arian. My OBS feedback is completely frozen as well. I cannot see. All I heard was an alert, and I saw the name. Thank you for the follow. I have to restart my PC, I think, which, you know, is going to have to restart the stream. So that might, that's probably a good sign to stop the stream for today. Probably a good sign to stop the stream. I wish I could, wait, let me see if I can at least restart Google Chrome. Okay, I can't. Okay, hang on. I have to in task. I couldn't even see chat either. You are still here. I appreciate that. I have to look at chat on my other computer. Okay. Restart Google Chrome. Okay. Discord is now going to start. On accident. Restore. Okay. Yeah, I gotta restart the PC. Do I have a Discord server? No, I do not. No, I do not. Okay. Appreciate you guys hanging out for the scuffed the scuffed ending to the stream. Okay, I just wanted to get Twitch open up so I could raid somebody. Okay. I'm gonna send you guys over to Satolix, who's working in Unity. And he seems to be reworking NPCs again.
Move speed selection.
So super nice guy.
So I can't actually.
Be sure to say hello for me. I'm gonna get out of here though. I appreciate all you guys for hanging out. I'm totally definitely not gonna do a double stream. There's not gonna be definitely not gonna be a super secret double stream later today. Definitely not.
Okay.
So don't expect one.
We'll do that.
And whenever you don't see one, you're gonna be like, I thought there was gonna be one. There's not going to. So don't expect that. But Hasty Wasty, good to see you again. Jens, thanks for stopping by.
And run.
And everyone over on YouTube, of course, Marcoli. And then, yeah, there's a lot of people today. A lot of people today. So good streams. Good streams. Thank you all so much. And have a great rest of your weekend. So I'm sending you guys over there now. Bye-bye. Bye.
I don't want to break everything.